knock out the underpinnings. Say, well, not only do we not believe in anything, we don't even believe in not believing in anything. You crawl into a hole and pull the hole in after you. But in this case, you do the exact opposite of that. That's a defensive move, to crawl into a hole. In this way, you crawl into great space and then pull the space out after you. And to go through this is pretty rough, because you can do it on what seems at first to be a merely intellectual level. So you can engage a group of people in discussion, and you can start, whenever they propose an idea that is their sort of guiding principle of life, you demolish it, show that it doesn't hold water. And step by step you unearth, by talking with them, what are the fundamental ideas they're operating on. Everybody is. Everybody is a philosopher. Everybody has metaphysics, although they may not know what it is, so they've never examined it. But by this method you bring it out, and you demolish it. And this suddenly, what seemed like a very nice intellectual discussion, turns into sheer murder. People get really anxious. They develop all the trembles and the symptoms of extreme anxiety. And so they finally say to the guru, the teacher, well, heaven's sakes, what do you believe in? He says, I'm not proposing anything. I didn't set anything up. Well, how do you navigate? How do you exist? He says, what's the problem? Because you see, what we're moving from, as I suggested a moment ago, we're moving from a state of affairs where we're accustomed to navigation on land to a state of affairs where we're in the water. And this is very critical for today, because the impact of modern science on Western culture has been very similar to this. In Christianity, we sing hymns like How Firm a Foundation, the Rock of Ages, Ein fester Burg, a mighty fortress is our God. We've something to stand on. The church's one foundation is Jesus Christ, her Lord, And this firm thing. All right, suddenly all that disappears or becomes implausible. And we find ourselves swimming or sinking. Now, when you find that you're living in the midst of the universe of relativity, well, there's nothing you can hold on to. You've got to learn how to swim. And to swim, you've got to relax. Stop grabbing. So this is what Buddhism does. When it says it's the art of let go, of non-attachment. Non-attachment doesn't mean that you lose your appetite for dinner. It means simply that you stop grabbing. You get rid of stickiness. Stickiness in the sense that, for example, when a wheel has an axle that's too tight and it sticks, you want to loosen it up a bit. You don't want it too loose. You don't want it floppy. Like a lot of people, when you tell them to relax, they become like a limp rag. It's not relaxing. Relaxing is having still tone. But it's a middle way. So this is entirely what Buddhism is about. It's about learning, for example, if I may put it in a vivid way, when you were born, you were kicked off a precipice. And there's nothing that can stop you falling. And although there are a lot of rocks falling with you, with trees growing on them and all sorts of things like that, you can cling to one of those rocks, if you like, as it goes down with you for safety. But it's not safe. Nothing is safe. Everything is falling apart. Everything is in a state of change.
Welcome to Being in the Way, the Alan Watts podcast, and I'm your host, Mark Watts. And today we're going to be listening to a great seminar. It's called Inevitable Ecstasy. It was recorded in 1969, one of a series of seminars that he did that year on the ferryboat Vallejo. He used to say of these recordings that I shouldn't be so careful to keep everything quiet because when anybody listened to a tape recording, they were going to be listening with babies crying and dogs barking and cars driving by. And this one in particular made me think of that because you hear a crackling fire, keeping the place warm, and also the bong on the old gas heater that warmed the ferry. I left them both in because they contribute to the character, and particularly the bongs of the sheet metal. They seem to coincide with what he's saying, almost in dialogue. So here's Alan Watts in session 1 of Inevitable Ecstasy, and that's going to be followed by an excerpt from session 3. The entire seminar is 4 sessions long, and it's available through the Alan Watts Organization website, along with hundreds of talks. Today's podcast comes to you courtesy of the Ram Dass Be Here Now podcast network. Our theme music is by Zakir Hussain, courtesy of Moment Records. And additional support has come from Eaton Hemp, whose products of munchable goodies and tinctures keeps everybody mellow and in the groove as we make these shows. And now here's Alan Watts in Inevitable Ecstasy.
This seminar called Inevitable Ecstasy is about a very sticky problem, which is to say, the problem to which the Buddha primarily addressed himself, which is that of agony, suffering. But before we get into that, we have to be clear about certain basics. And these basics have to do not so much with concepts and ideas as they do with the state of mind, the state of sensation, the state of consciousness. And we need to understand that, even be in that, before we can really go very far. And this is an extraordinarily difficult state of mind to talk about, even though in its nature it's extremely simple. Because it is in a way like we were when we were babies, when we hadn't been told anything and didn't know anything other than what we felt, and we had no names for it. Now, of course, as we grow older, we learn to differentiate one thing from another, one event from another, and above all, ourselves from everything else. Well and good, provided you don't lose the foundations. Just as mountains are differentiated, but they're all based on the earth, so the multiple things of this world are differentiated. But they have, as it were, a basis. There is no word for that basis, not really, because words are only for distinction. And so there can't really be a word, not even an idea, of the non-distinction. We can feel it, but we can't think it. But we don't feel it like an object. You feel you're alive. You feel you're conscious, but you don't know what consciousness is, because consciousness is present in every conceivable kind of experience. It's like the space in which we live, which is everywhere. It's like a fish being in water, and presumably a fish doesn't know it's in the water, because it never goes out. A bird presumably knows nothing of the air, and we really know nothing of consciousness, and we pretend space isn't there. So, however, when you grow up and become fascinated, which is really the right word, spellbound, enchanted, by all the things that adults wave at you, you forget the background. And you come to think that all the distinctions which you've been learning are the supremely important things to be concerned with. You become hypnotized. And so when we are told to pay attention to what matters, we get stuck with it, and that's what in Buddhism is called attachment. attachment doesn't mean that you enjoy your dinner, you enjoy sleeping, or beauty. Those are responses of our organism in its environment, as natural as feeling hot near a fire or cold near ice. So are certain responses of fear or of sorrow. They are not attachment. Attachment is exactly translated by the modern slang term hang-up. It's a kind of stickiness, or what in psychology would be called blocking, when you are in a state of wobbly hesitation, not knowing how to flow on. That's attachment, what is meant by the Sanskrit word klesha. So we get a hang-up on all the various things that we're told as we grow up by our parents, our aunts and uncles, our teachers, by our peer group. And the first thing that everybody wants to tell us is the difference between ourselves and the rest of the world, and between those actions which are voluntary and those which are involuntary, what we do on the one hand and what happens to us on the other. And this is, of course, immensely confusing to a small child, because it's told to do all sorts of things that are really supposed to happen, like going to sleep, like having bowel movements, like loving people, like not blushing, stopping being anxious, and all sorts of things like that. So what happens is this. The child is told in sum that we, your parents, elders and betters, command you to do what will please us only if you do it spontaneously. And no wonder everybody's completely confused. We go through life with that burden on us. We therefore develop this curious thing. We develop a thing that's called an ego. Now I've got to be very clear to you what I mean by an ego. An ego is not the same thing as a particular living organism. For my philosophy, the particular living organism, which is inseparable from a particular environment, that is to say, from the universe as centered here and now, there's something real. It isn't a thing. I call it a feature of the universe. But what we call our ego is something abstract, which is to say, it has the same order and kind of reality as an hour, or an inch, or a pound, or a line of longitude. It is for purposes of discussion. It is for convenience. In other words, it is a social convention that we have what is called an ego. But the fallacy that all of us make is that we treat it as if it were a physical organ, as if it were real in that sense, when in fact it is composed, on the one hand, of our image of ourselves. That is our idea of ourselves, as when we say to somebody, you must improve your image. Now, this image of ourselves is obviously not ourselves, any more than an idea of a tree is a tree, any more than you can get wet in the word water. And to go on with, our image of ourselves is extremely inaccurate and incomplete. Would that some God the gifted ears to see ourselves as others see us. We don't. So my image of me is not at all your image of me. And my image of me is extremely incomplete in that it does not include any information to speak of about the functioning of my nervous system, my circulation, my metabolism, my subtle relationships with the entire surrounding human and non-human universe. So the image I have of myself is a caricature. It is arrived at through mainly my interaction with other people who tell me who I am in various ways, either directly or indirectly, and I play about with what their picture is of me, and they play something back to me so that we set up this conception. And this started very, very early in life. And I was told, you see, and you were told, that we must have a consistent image. You must be you. You have to find your identity in terms of image. And this is an awful red herring. A lot of the current quest for identity among younger people is a search for an acceptable image. What role can I play? Who am I in the sense of what am I going to do in life? And so on. Now, while that has a certain importance, if it's not backed up by deeper matters, it's extraordinarily misleading. So therefore, on the one hand, there is this image, which is intellectual, emotional, imaginative, and so forth. Now, we would say, I don't feel that I am only an image. I feel there's something more real than that, because I have a sense of there being a particular sort of, how do we say, a center of something, some sort of sensitive core inside the skin. And that corresponds to the word I. Let's take a look at this. Because the thing that we feel as being myself is certainly not the whole body.
Долбоёб ебаный, блядь.
Because a lot of the body can be seen as an object. In other words, if you stand, stretch yourself out, lie on the floor, and turn your head and look at yourself, you can see your feet and your legs and all this up to here, and finally it all vanishes, only there's a sort of a vague nose in front. And you assume you have a head because everybody else does, and you've looked in a mirror, and that told you you had a head, but you could never see it, just like you can't see your back. So you tend to put your ego on the side of the unseen part of the body, the part you can't get at, because that seems to be where it all comes from, and you feel it.
Долбоёб ебаный, блядь.
But what is it that we feel? Because if I see clearly, and my eyes are in functioning order, the eyes certainly are not conscious of themselves. There are no spots in front of them, no defects, in other words, in the lens or in the retina, or in the optic nerves that give hallucinations. So also, therefore, if my ego, my consciousness is working properly, I ought not to be aware of it as something sort of there, being a nuisance in a way in the middle of things, because your ego is awfully hard to take care of. Well, what is it then that we feel? Well, I think I've discovered what it is. It's a chronic, habitual sense of muscular strain, which we were taught in the whole process of doing spontaneous things to order. When you're taking off in a jet plane, and the thing has gone rather further down the runway than you think it should have without getting up in the air, you start pulling at your seatbelt. Get this thing off the ground. Perfectly useless. So in the same way, when our community tells us, look carefully, now listen, pay attention, we start using muscular strains around our eyes, ears, jaws, hands, to try to use our muscles to make our nerves work, which is, of course, futile. And in fact, it gets in the way of the functioning of the nerves. Try to concentrate. we try to control our emotions, we hold our breath, pull our stomachs in, or tighten our rectal muscles to hold ourselves together. Now pull yourself together. Immediately, what are you to do? What does a child understand by that? He does it muscularly, pulls himself together. This is Eustace. So everybody chronically pulls themselves together, so that it's so funny, if you get a person that just lie on the floor and relax, there's the floor under you as firm as can be holding you up. Nevertheless, you will detect that the person is making all sorts of tensions. So that chronic tension, which in Sanskrit is called sankocha, which means contraction, is the root of what we call the feeling of the ego. So that in other words, this feeling of tightness is the physical referent for the psychological image of ourselves. So that we get the ego as the marriage of an illusion to a futility. Even though but we are so hung up on this concept that it confuses us, even in the proposition that it's about people who have transcended the ego. Well, we ask, how do you do that? Well, I say, what do you mean? You, how do you do that? Because the you you're talking about doesn't exist. So you can't do anything about it. Any more than you can cut a cheese with a line of longitude. Now, that sounds very discouraging, doesn't it? But let's suppose now you are babies again. And you don't know anything. Now, don't be frightened, because anything you know you can get back later. But for the time being, here is our awareness. And let's suppose you have no information about this at all and no words for it. And that my talking to you is just a noise. Now, don't try to do anything about this. Don't make any effort. Because naturally, by force of habit, certain tensions remain inside you, and certain ideas and words drift all the time through your mind. Just like the wind blows or clouds move across the sky. Don't bother with them at all. Don't try to get rid of them. Be aware of what's going on in your head, like it was clouds in the sky, or the crackling of the fire. There's no problem to this. All you have to do, really, is look and listen without naming, and if you are naming, never mind. Just listen to that. Now, that you can't force anything here, that you can't stop thinking and stop naming, is only telling you that the separate you doesn't exist. It isn't a mark of defeat. It isn't a sign of your lack of practice in meditation. That it runs on all by itself simply means that the individual separate you is a figment of your imagination. So you are aware at this point of a happening. Remember, you don't know anything about the difference between you and it. You haven't been told that. You've no words for the difference between inside and outside, between here and there, and nobody has taught you that what you see out in front of you is either near or far from your eyes. Watch a baby put out a finger to touch the moon. You don't know about that. Just, therefore, here it is. We'll just call it this. And if you will feel it, the going on, which includes absolutely everything you feel. You, because where is that? You, what you call you, is part of the happening, or an aspect of it. Has no parts. It's not like a machine. And it's a little scary because you say, well, who's in control around here? Something outside them to control them. It never occurred to us that processes could be self-controlling. Even though we say to someone, control yourself. We always, in order to think about self-control, we split a person in two. So that there's a you separate from the self that's supposed to be controlled. Well, how can that achieve anything? How can a noun start a verb? Yet it's a fundamental superstition that that can be done. So you have this process, which is quite spontaneous, going on. We call it life. It's controlling itself. It's aware of itself. It's aware of itself through you. You are an aperture through which the universe looks at itself. And because of it, so the universe looking at itself through you, there's always an aspect of itself that it can't see. So it's just like that snake, you see, that is pursuing its tail. Because the snake can't see its head, like you can't. So, therefore, we always find, as we investigate the universe, make the microscope bigger and bigger and bigger, and we will find ever more minute things. Make the telescope bigger and bigger and bigger, and the universe expands because it's running away from itself. It won't do that if you don't chase it. So, the universe is chasing its own tail. See, it's the thing we're talking about, this Tao. And it's a game of hide and seek. Really, when you ask the question, who is doing the chasing, you are still working under the assumption that every verb has to have a subject. That when there is an action, there has to be a doer. Well, that's what I will call a grammatical convention, leading to what Whitehead called the fallacy of misplaced concreteness. Like the famous "In it is raining." So when you say, there cannot be knowing without a knower, this is merely saying, no more than there can't be a verb without a subject. And that's a grammatical rule and not a law of nature. Anything you can think of as a thing, as a noun, can be described by a verb. And there are languages which do that. It sounds awkward in English, but face it, when you look for doers as distinct from deeds, you can't find them. Just as when you look for stuff underlying the patterns of nature, you can't find any stuff, you just find more and more patterns. There never was any stuff, it's a ghost. What we call stuff is simply patterns seen out of focus. And it's fuzzy, so we call it stuff. You know, like a cakewalk. So, we have these words, energy, matter, being, reality, even Tao. And we can never find them. They always elude us entirely. Although we do have the very strong intuition that all this that we see is connected or related. So we speak of a universe, although that word really means one turn. It's your turn now. Or like you make one turn to look at yourself. But you can't make two turns and see what's looking. So, it's very simple, therefore. You only have to understand that you can't do anything about it. You can struggle and struggle and struggle, and indeed will do so, as long as you have the feeling inside you that you're missing something. And of course, if you are learning any sort of skill, and you haven't perfected the skill, there is indeed something you're missing. But in this thing that we're talking about, that isn't true. Because you, as the Buddhists say, are Buddhas from the very beginning. And all that searching is like looking for your own head, which you can't see and therefore might conceivably imagine that you're lost. So, but that indeed is the point. That we don't see what looks, and therefore we think we've lost it. And so we're in search of the self, the Atman. Well, that's the one thing we can't find. Because we have it. We are it. But we confuse it with all these images. So therefore, if you understand perfectly clearly that you can't do anything to find that very, very important thing, God, enlightenment, nirvana, whatever, then what? Well, I find, it's so stupid, because even if I tell myself, well, there's nothing I can do about it, why did I say that? You see? Why did I say that? Why did I go out of my way to tell myself there's nothing I can do about it? Because in the back of my mind was a funny little feeling that if I did tell myself that, something different would happen. See? All right. So even that doesn't work. Nothing works. Now, when absolutely nothing works, where are you? Well, here we are. I mean, there's this feeling of something going on. Now, the world doesn't stop dead when there's nothing you can do. There's something happening. Now, just there, that's what I'm talking about. There's the happening. When you are not doing anything about it, you're not doing anything about it, you just can't help it. It goes on despite anything you think or worry about or whatever. Now, there is the point. Right there. And remember, although you will think at first that this is a kind of determinism, there are two reasons why it isn't. One, there is nobody being determined. Now, other people think of determinism as the direction of what happens by the past, the causation of what happens by the past. Now, if you will use your senses, you will see that that is a hallucination. The present does not come from the past. If you listen, and only listen, close your eyes, where do the sounds come from, according to your ears? Do you hear them coming out of silence? The sounds come, and then they fade off. They go like echoes, or echoes in the labyrinths of your brain, which we call memories. The sounds don't come from the past. They come out of now and trail off. And that is recollected as the trailing off echo like the wake of a ship. And so just as the wake doesn't move the ship, the past does not move the present, unless you insist that it does. And if you say, well, naturally I'm always moved by the past, that's an alibi. And it completely fails to explain how you ever learn anything new. That's why all the psychologists who are mostly behaviorists are completely bogged down in trying to find the theory of learning. Because according to the theory of learning that we have, everything that new that you assimilate is really only learned when translated into terms of what you already know. So, in that sense, learning becomes like a library which increases only by the addition of books about books already in it. A lot of libraries are indeed like that. So, that's what we call scholasticism. So then, you become aware that this happening isn't happening to you, because you are the happening. The only you there is what's going on. Yeah, feel it. And disregard these stupid distinctions that you've been taught. I mean, stupid relatively speaking. And feel it genuinely. When you feel it genuinely, you get down to rock bottom, all that isn't there. That's a game that's been erected on it. And it isn't determined. In other words, you get this odd feeling of a synthesis between doing and happening, in which doing is as much happening as happening, and happening is as much doing as doing. And if you're not very careful at that point, you'll proclaim yourself God Almighty, in the Hebrew Christian sense. Like Freud alleges babies feel that they're omnipotent. And in a way they are. I am omnipotent insofar as I'm the universe. But I'm not omnipotent in the role of Alan Watts. Only cunning. So now then, this sensation of the happening is basic to all we want to explore. It's there, as you see you can't do anything, and that as you see you can't do anything, you don't go and distract yourself with something else, any sort of distraction. Because if you do that, you will miss what follows from the feeling of what is going on when you're not doing anything. When you're not able even to not do anything. See, this is a sticky place. You can't get in and you can't get out. That's why it's called in Zen the mosquito biting the iron bull. Or the man who swallowed the ball of red hot iron, which he can't gulp down and can't spit out. See, it's that difficult. What are you to do or not do? And that tells you, you see, that dilemma. That what you thought was you just isn't there at all. Now don't make it difficult, because that's a form of evading it. Don't make it easy. That's a form of evading it. It's neither difficult nor easy, because if it were difficult, it would have to be difficult for someone. If it were easy, it would have to be easy for someone. And the someone we're talking about is just the one that isn't there. And if you think it is there, okay, it's a free country. You can have that thought, but it's a thought. In other words, your ego is a thought among thoughts. It is not, in fact, the controlling thinker, or the feeler, or the sensor. It's one of them. And so, therefore, this thing is going along. And as I say, we get anxious because we feel nobody's in control, but nobody ever was. You know, and you've lived thus far a reasonably orderly life. I mean, there have been some catastrophes and messes, but it's amazing how we have got this far. I mean, the thing looks after itself. And you will well remember that a lot of times that when you thought you were in charge and doing something sensible, you did something extremely foolish. And when you thought you did something extremely foolish, it turned out to be a blessing. Well, that's the way things go. Now, of course, this is a dangerous way of speaking to people who are in the process, young people especially, who are still in the process of learning elementary competence in the culture, learning the taboos and the conventions. Because we take their minds off the happening. To do that, well, it isn't necessary to do it that way. It isn't really necessary to turn a child into a moron in the process of becoming an adult, but that's what we do. Because we teach a child to be a child. And that prevents them from growing up. It's a method of keeping them off the labor market. But if you speak to a child from the beginning as if it were an adult, and talk, not baby talk, but straight language, your child will become master of English language, say about 3 years old, certainly in talking it, and will be able to tell you a lot of funny things you don't know. But then the trouble is you have to send that poor thing to school. And where if it is that advanced, it will be regarded as a freak and have a very bad time of it. So it will have to conceal itself as a moron. Sometimes children are brought up without that interruption of being a child. You know, with all the cutie pie stuff, and that's what bores me about Christmas. It's a way of commercializing childhood.
You've been listening to Alan Watts in Inevitable Ecstasy Part 1, and now we're going to go on to Part 3 of the seminar. Well, at least part of Part 3, an edit of about 20 minutes where he gets into some very interesting territory. Enjoy Alan Watts in Inevitable Ecstasy, brought to you by the Ram Dass Be Here Now podcast network with some help from Eden Hemp.
I was making a basic comparison yesterday between the state of consciousness of a baby and that of a so-called mature adult, respectively what we would call undifferentiated and differentiated. The adult consciousness being highly selective and the baby consciousness being very open and hardly selective at all, and therefore unable to distinguish what adults consider to be the important things, which have to do with the conventions and rules of a social game based on the positive aspects, whether they be called good or pleasant or life-giving and so on, that must prevail over the negative aspects. And I went on to show that this contrast between the two views of the world has another marked characteristic. That in the case of the baby who hasn't been trained or told, doesn't distinguish between voluntary behavior and involuntary occurrence. And of course we think this is a very fundamental defect. But if we go back, you see, to a principle that underlies the whole universe with a kind of mathematical exactitude, we see that if we reduce things to the situation of primal simplicity, and we have a primordial self and other situation, that is to say, two balls in space, there is absolutely no way of telling when they move which one of them is moving or which one is still. They must necessarily appear to move mutually. There is no point of reference except each other to determine which is moving and which is still. Now, everything that goes on in the universe is simply a complication of that principle. Because the same thing holds true if you multiply the number of balls. You'll see that that primordial principle, that all movement is mutual, still applies. And so, in the complexity of things, because we get situations where, say, there is relative stillness and one particular body is moving with relation to that, we think automatically those many bodies are indeed still, and that this one body is doing this. See, here's one and here's many. And the one we say, well, is doing this. We don't assume that the many are doing this. And that's the principle of the majority is always right. They constitute the most impressive background. The fixed stars as against the planets. But we're always going to get back to that absolutely fundamental situation. And therefore, the baby's failure to distinguish between the voluntary and the involuntary, the I and the other, is in a way correct. Psychologists, psychoanalysts in particular, make a great deal of this contrast and consider that the baby's view is inferior to the adult's. And if an adult should go to that view or acquire that view, in psychoanalysis this would be called regression. The point that is missed is that the two ways of looking at things need each other to balance out. And that one needs the baby's view as a basis for the adult view, because if you don't have it, you take the adult view too seriously. get completely carried away by it. All right, now, if we can see the first part, which is that the ego is purely fictitious, that it is a symbol or image of oneself, plus a sensation of muscular strain occasioned by trying to make this symbol an effective agent to control emotion, to concentrate, to direct the nervous operations of the organism. Then immediately it is clear that what we have called ourselves, what we have thought of as ourselves, isn't able to do anything at all. There follows this kind of silence, in which there is nothing to do except watch what happens. But what is happening is watching itself. There is nobody apart from it watching it. And so we get into the state of meditation, or as I prefer to call it, contemplation. So then the next problem that arises is, well, what about all the other illusions? Although they are somehow integrated and centered upon the illusion of ego, nevertheless, the whole value system of what is important, what is not important, what is good, what is bad, what is pleasant, what is painful, has to be called in question. Now then, we get to this. As I explained yesterday afternoon, what we are aware of is a complex of vibrations. And we have been conditioned to call them graduatingly good, bad, pleasant, painful. Whereas, as a matter of fact, they are nothing but vibrations. And if you look at any one of them by itself, you won't know where it is. That is to say, if you only know red, you can't see that it's red. You can only know that this is red by contrast with yellow and green and blue and violet. So you don't know that a sound is loud unless you know soft sounds. Or you don't know that it's soft unless you know loud. And it is that comparison which gives us the feeling of the spectrum as being varied. Otherwise we wouldn't know. For example, when you watch television, you are actually seeing a single moving point moving over the screen. But it goes so fast that you see it in all these different places having different values of light. But let us supposing there was someone whose retina was not retentive in this way. He would look at the screen and see the moving point of light and say to human beings, I don't see what you see in this. Now, can we therefore get back not only to the situation where we see that the ego is a mere construct, but also where we see that all the values we put on the vibrations are arbitrary, and that we get to a position where we see the vibrations simply as the vibrations. And we would say then, well, surely all this is nonsense, which is correct. The universe, is a kind of ba-doo-dee-da, 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 going on in this fantastic way. This is why music can be used as a meditative technique. Because a lot of music is nonsense. It doesn't mean anything. But it can be very interesting. So can you get back again to recollecting from childhood your pleasure in events that from your present point of view you would call entirely meaningless? That you could listen to a sound like twanging metal and it goes boing, 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 and that's fascinating. Boing. It's just boing. And that's all it is. See? Now if you can really get with boing, you can see the whole universe in boing. Really. Because every vibration that's possible implies all the others. And so, likewise, with the candle flame, with the reflection, with grain in wood, anything can, from this child point of view, be completely fascinating. Not because it means anything, but just for what it is that it is shaped so. Because obviously that gives a taste, a quality to a vibration that is extremely interesting. And it's only if you look very carefully at a vibration that you can see this point. That's why meditative exercises often involve a repetition process. Om, or saying a phrase, or doing an act like a mudra, over and over and over again. After a while it becomes meaningless. You could say your own name like the Sufis do, and go on and on and on and on and on, and finally it doesn't mean anything at all. It's just a noise. But it isn't just a noise, you see. The attitude of saying that something is just a noise or just a wiggle is an adult attitude. No wiggle to the child is just a wiggle. To the child, the elemental thing going on is I mean, it's just fantastic. Now, do you see why this is what mystics call ineffable? That is to say, you can't really talk about it. When I try to explain what I mean by digging a sound, I suddenly realize that I'm not really saying anything. To go with this particular energy manifestation that is happening right at this moment. To be it. The whole world is the energy playing so if you watch that and watch it that way, you will be accused, of course, by those who are guardians of the game of doing something very dangerous. You're going completely crazy. The number of theological texts I've read which express in one way or another this horror of everything becoming meaningless, a meaningless life. Tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury, signifying nothing. Those people, you see, have not dared to look at it. Now, there's another way of looking at it, of course, where in states of acute depression, people see it all as meaningless, but not really meaningless. They see it all as a conspiracy of horror. Let's imagine that everything is mechanical. There are no living beings at all. There are a lot of beings that are such good computers that you can't tell the difference between them and what you thought were people. But everything going on is simply clockwork. And there's nobody home, although it puts on a convincing show that there is. So you get the feeling that the entire world is enameled tin, or patent leather, or plastic, and tasteless, hollow, like a Wurlitzer jukebox. That's a very common feeling of people who get into acute depression. But you see, there is still here a valuation. You are associating the world with the mechanical as distinct from the organic. And we have a tendency, you see, to put down the mechanical because obviously a plastic flower doesn't have the scent, it doesn't have the soft feeling of a living flower. There will perfume plastic flowers, but you know what it'll do. It'll smell vaguely like soap, and it won't smell like a flower. So it'll be plastic smell. Now we know that, you see, and so we contrast it with the organic. But in what we're doing now, we are getting to a feel of the world that is neither organic nor mechanical. Simply what it is. We don't know the contrast, just as we don't know the contrast voluntary, involuntary, we don't know the contrast organic, mechanical. But neither.
You've been listening to Alan Watts in a recording on Inevitable Ecstasy. The tape was made in 1969 aboard the ferry boat Vallejo, tied up at the north end of Sausalito near San Francisco, and was one of a number of seminars that he recorded that year. This one toward the end of the year in November. You can find this recording and many others that he made in the 60s and early 70s at the Alan Watts Organization website, which also gives an overview of his written works and life story. I'm Mark Watts. Thank you for listening. And thank you for our sponsor at Eaton Hemp and the help of the Ram Dass Be Here Now podcast network. Eaton makes a line of farm-to-table hemp products from their organic facility in upstate New York. And they've been sending us goodies, peanut butter crunchies and other things. And I highly recommend their oils and other products as well.
This is a quote from a chapter called Naturally Liberating Whatever You Meet. On the one hand, when you regard disturbing emotions as emptiness, your practice turns into taking emptiness as the path and not the disturbing emotions. Thus, your practice doesn't become the short path. On the other hand, if you indulge in the disturbing emotions, thinking they are something concrete, it's like eating a poisonous plant. and is the cause which binds you to samsara. Any disturbing emotion that may arise is wisdom the moment you relax to your natural mind. Look directly into it. Don't deliberately reject it, regard it as a fault, indulge in it concretely, or regard it as a virtue. The more I live my life tuning to Dharma, attempt to live life dharmically, live my life and see it becoming more dharmic. Certain words come through really strongly, like the word balance and the word patience. I see myself going through life in which phenomena appear, and some of them captivate me immensely, and my awareness goes into a thought relationship to that particular phenomenon. And at that moment, I lose some balance. I lose the spacious ground in which that phenomena exists. And then sometimes I keep letting go of thoughts, letting go of thoughts, letting go of thoughts until there is just awareness. Resting in that, you lose the world. And we've talked about the fire, which fires purify and which fires burn. At different moments, one fire that would burn at one moment later will purify. Depends on how ego involved or how invested you are in the particular phenomenon as it arises. But I experience my life as a dance of balancing, of cultivating the qualities of spaciousness, of equanimity, of peace, of happiness. But I noticed that there were certain stages in my development, and they're still going on. And it's left over in a way from my renunciate models, where I haven't yet fully re-entered into the passions of life because I'm afraid of them. Because I'm afraid they will captivate my consciousness and take me away from my balance too much. And I realize you shouldn't be afraid of anything. I agree, but I am afraid. And what I see myself doing, that's one of those fires. I see myself getting closer and closer to the edge of my fear, of coming back into some passionate joy about something in the world. Something I would have been afraid to do for fear of losing my quiet spaciousness. And realizing that now my quiet spaciousness is still present. That it's still empty, clear, quiet. Like yesterday, and this is a beautiful exercise for me, I was doing interviews. And I'm doing one interview about every 6 or 7 minutes. Now, many people that come for an interview prepare, they spend time thinking what will they say, and they get it down to the kernel of the essence of the neurosis, or the kernel of the essence of the drama, the pain, confusion. And they hand me the kernel with all of its juice. And it's our kernel, it's our juice, it's our stuff. And it's my stuff as well as their stuff. I mean, it's just us kids here. I watch because my job in that position, and my job in life, but that position demands it, is that I keep that balance perfectly. That at that moment, if I don't open my heart to the fullness of what that individual's pain or essence problem is, what they experience is that I'm not hearing them, that I don't understand, that they're alone inside their predicament. Because I kept separate. I didn't allow my empathy, the passions that my empathy would engage, I didn't allow it to occur. So I open myself, and sometimes my heart breaks because a person's predicament is a heartbreaker. But then the other part of me is constantly coming back into the sky that you're going, the meditation we're going to do later. Into that just awareness, just that presence. That looks at the emotional states, works with them, doesn't push them, doesn't pull them, doesn't grab them. And that part of me becomes a mirror for the other person, for them to see the way in which they're caught. In other words, the two bits of information that my presence there is offering is one, the empathy, we're all in this together. And the other is, but we don't need to be caught. This is two bits of information. And I realize now more and more that what we offer each other as human beings, we offer each other an environment. And that exercise is keeping me in the environment of that balance. So that I'm an environment where if that other person wants to come out and play from the pain and the suffering, here I am. And if they're in the pain and suffering, here I am. But there's nothing in me that's keeping them stuck in the pain and suffering. And there's nothing in me demanding they come out. And that's the interesting one. It's the interesting one about morality regarding other human beings' consciousness. Tim and I wrote an article back in 1963 for the Harvard Review called The Politics of Consciousness, in which we are arguing that each individual should have a right to do with their consciousness as they choose. And that's what a free system should allow. It's amazing how we don't do that in our society. But now I can see it. I see it particularly, for example, in the way in working with people that are approaching death. Because there is such a desire in somebody that is on a path of Dharma to have that other person die your death. Die the death you think they should die for them to be liberated. And to me, I've learned over the years is it doesn't work. Because when you push against somebody, even the subtlest model in your head, they should be different than they are, awakens in them at a very unconscious level, pushing back, a resistance, a subtle paranoia. And I have noticed in my human relationships that as I want less and less from each individual, there is much less paranoia in them at a deep level, and they are much more available immediately. And the interesting thing is, what does it mean to be a safe space for another human being? A safe space means you don't have an agenda. But we have this tendency to have a model because we're trying to justify the way we're living our lives. So to me, that word balance is a really key issue. I mean, there are so many little balances we work with. The balance between the kind of intuitive heart and the thinking mind. Christina was saying, as you get too much thinking, the energy goes up and there's a whole contraction in the system around thinking. And there's a tendency in the spiritual journey to denigrate thinking, to denigrate intellect, to denigrate analytic mind. And I think that we as Westerners, coming out of our history of having the intellect be the highest power that we have, and now as we're shifting the balance, it is important that we don't throw out the baby with the bath. And I think we are inclined to learn how to integrate these two things so that we can honor and delight in the beauty of the intellect without being trapped by it. As they say, the ego or the analytic mind is a beautiful servant and it's a lousy master. And you can sense as you look at the world conditions how the best of intellect, the best of the Henry Kissingers, don't solve our problems ultimately. Because our problems require a different level of wisdom. And we have worshipped knowledge rather than wisdom. And wisdom has in it a very deep compassion. Maharaji said, see everyone as God. The reason I'm saying all this is because you and I spend a huge amount of time in interpersonal relations. And the question I ask you, since you and I aren't going to monasteries to live our lives, since that's one of the things we do so much, wouldn't it be nice to make it a yoga? To make your human relationships your yoga. To make your human relationships the vehicle for becoming free rather than the vehicle to stay entrapped. And what is required is a shift in the way in which one looks at relationships. What they're about, what their function is. We have come out of a psychological morass. Freud and all of the personality people took us down a road. It's hard to appreciate how deep in it we are. How deep in the doo-doo of personality. How real it all is. I mean, you all think you have needs that must be met. You all think you have personality identities that must be honored. And even as I say that, I can feel you get tight, defending your right to have those things. Isn't that true? I can feel it in myself, too, you know. I have a right to be angry. Damn right I do. We'll wait. You know, there's no rush. When you finish that trip, we'll still be here. Because awareness isn't in time. It's just here. You want to enjoy your neurosis? Enjoy. Enjoy. Have more. Have another helping. Really climb in. We have gotten so thick in it, and so you're either getting into it through abuse of this or that, or you spend the rest of your life getting out of it, which is all giving it, that plane of reality, so much juice. And you look at your relationships from the point of view of your separateness. How will you fulfill my needs? I'll be who you need me to be if you'll be who I need you to be. Now, that kind of symbiosis, that's all fine if you don't get trapped in it. But if you get trapped in it, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare rooted in your sense of separateness. It's like feeding the illusion of the separateness, which is the root cause of the pain. So if the game is to be happy, the question is whether fulfilling your needs makes you happy. And whether fulfilling your needs makes you any happier than not fulfilling your needs. It's an interesting one. It does for the moment, there's no doubt about it. But if you notice that when you live on the realm of needs, the minute one is done, another one appears. You have a hierarchy of needs. So like a motivational hierarchy. I need food. Now I need ice cream. Now I need television. Now I need a cold drink. Now I need some popcorn. Now I need to go to bed. If you notice that you just go from one need to another, and each one is, and then, and then, and then, It's extraordinary. It's extraordinary. Now, these are all going on all the time. We all have needs and desires. We all have all this stuff. But just like I'm not going around being a bald man, I am bald, relatively speaking. To those of you that don't have eyes to see. But my consciousness is not full of baldness. It's an also-ran. Sure. In my hierarchy of desires, if I have the power, yogic powers that Patanjali talks about, I'll create a beautiful head of hair for myself. As a whim, just to I did it on the astral plane, so those of you that can see know. And if you see the way in which people get encrusted in their personalities, you can look at somebody and the way they stand, the way they dress, the muscles of their face, the redundancy is staggering of a person saying, this is who I am. This is who, they're basically saying, this is who I think I am. This is who I think I am. This is who I think I am. So you see helpless people going down, this is who I think I am. This is who I think I am. Then you see bankers, this is who I think I am. This is who I think I am. You see car salesmen, this is who I think I am. This is who I think I am. Just laid back hippies. Hey man, this is who I think I am. Hey, baby, this is who I am. And everybody gives you a little matrix. They're walking down the street with it, out of the Doctor Strange comics, these huge mind nets. And the net goes out and it catches you. And you immediately go into the, I'll make believe you are who you think you are if you'll make believe I am who I think I am. So you don't even look to see who it is. You don't see God as your only friend. You don't see that could be God in drag. You see who they think they are. And you respond to it. And so everybody is going into the personality realm, making it real, and then interacting. And then looking at each other. And when you think your personality is real, that's all you see when you look at other people. You don't see the other planes of consciousness. I like the image of the man in a rowboat rowing through the fog. And he hits another boat and he screams at the other boatman, why don't you look where you're going? And the fog clears for a moment and there's nobody in the other boat. It was just floating. And you're left with... Because at that moment, the plane of consciousness shifted. There was nobody there. Well, imagine there isn't anybody anywhere. There's only one of us. There's just awareness. There's nobody. Who do you talk to? Can you and I enter into a dialogue knowing neither of us are real? Can we have needs without really thinking of them as who we are, where we're living? It seems to me that we come together through roles, through personality structures, through all these things. These are the vehicles through which we meet. These are the vehicles. The identification with the vehicle becomes a tremendous trap. And part of the yoga of relationship is to meet through the vehicle of all that stuff, but recognize that through the process of relationship, my relationship with you, let's find our way out of being trapped by that together. You help me and I'll help you, so that we can be in the roles in a kind of celebratory, free, playful way. I mean, take everything you're doing in your life, and instead of characterizing it now as need and pain and problem to be solved, like I used to be with Tim Leary, and the world would be falling apart, believe me. All the cars out in the parking lot would all be broken. These were new cars we had bought. The furnace would have exploded. We were in debt, everything. And I'd say, Timothy, we have a problem. I'd say, how many times do I have to tell you, Richard, we don't have a problem, we need a plan. And it was just like a little flip of consciousness. I mean, I've had a series of friends who have helped me escape from my own mind again and again. It's a great blessing to have them. Through humor. I remember driving across the country with a friend once, and we were driving along, and I was busy being neurotic, getting somewhere and checking the oil and getting to the gorge, yeah. And we'd pass a store that would, the Grand Union supermarket, and he'd say, Grand Union. I'm looking on the map to find out where we're going to have lunch, you know, and he's busy with Grand Union. But it would sink into my consciousness as if from a distance. It would slowly filter its way in until, oh shit, you know. Fly United. Merge.
Like I said, if he wants to go and pop pussy for Gaza, take his bitch, little tiny munchkin little ass over there and go and stand up to the IDF. You know, what the hell does he need? What does Clubhouse have to do with this? He should go pop his pussy over there.
Oh shit, video girl. That's the love of my life, man. Come on, video girl.
You know you can't do that now.
Oh, if you say that to everyone. Oh, I got a huge crush on video girl. Oh, word? That's what I do? Okay. Oh, that was you, man. You motherfucker, bro. Nah, Pop, you're good. I don't know. Oh, KK, by the way, you cost me a relationship, I think. I'm not sure I wanted a relationship, but yeah, it was your fault.
Don't do it, bro.
Apparently, this is the worst part. I fucking went with a white woman, a fucking pumpkin spice princess. I tried it, and you know what? It just was like, it was like eating, like, I don't know, fucking some fish fucking dish that was like raw. I don't know.
I told you not to get with Ann, Brad.
I didn't touch it. It wasn't it.
Yo. Okay, so that's what I'm talking about. I thought
straight up troll.
Damn, Brad. No, bro.
So I dated this girl. Wait. No, I didn't touch that like that.
Bro, really?
You can't touch the Clubhouse coochie coo. Come on, Nick.
I didn't touch it. Come on, man. I didn't touch it, but I dated this girl who I accidentally forgot my phone at her house one day, and obviously my
That's a
phone, I don't
rookie mistake.
Yeah, and she went through it, and guess whose messages she happened to peruse and see, and saying, why do you call this girl Love, Half Pint, and all of this other shit, Little One, like all these pet names, and I was like, oh, that's my Clubhouse wife. And then she goes, oh, you know what, you're just like, you know, like, this is all flirtatious, you're a cheater and all this stuff. I was like, I'm not sleeping with her, she's got a boyfriend and all this stuff. She's like, I don't care. She sends you hearties and all this stuff. And she's like, this is just some cheap whore online. And I went, yeah, that's going to be over. We're done.
Excuse me, I'm an expensive ass whore. Let's get it right, please.
Nigga, y'all in a trouble. Stop.
You know, this bitch ain't cheap.
Damn.
Don't act new.
Yeah, video girl is the only white girl I'd be willing to do stuff with. Fucking white women, I'm telling you.
How'd you get your phone
Man,
open?
Ryan, you ain't lying about these white bitches.
How'd you get your
Fuck
phone
these
open?
white hoes.
How'd you get your phone open, weirdo?
I now have a log and a passcode on it.
Oh my god, why didn't you have
Well, you didn't have one on there to begin with?
Fuck no. I lived alone.
Bro, I got a passcode and Face ID on mine.
Oh, why?
Because I don't trust people.
You touch my motherfucking phone, I'll beat your ass.
You can leave your phone
Well,
somewhere,
bitch, check.
like on the counter or something.
Bro,
Jake, you are literally written down as like a point of contact for emergencies with access to like all emails, all bank accounts, all financial records. Like it's no joke, and my daughters know to contact you. Like that's just the way it is.
Brad, I'm rereading our text message history, and I don't see any fucking Hardy things that she's talking about.
Oh, it was with you and Patricia. She went through a whole list.
On the group chat. Okay.
Yeah.
Not the individual chat, the group chat. Okay.
Well, you should have beat that bitch ass.
Nah.
that's why my shit Face ID locked. Because you might be able to get my phone, but good luck seeing my shit. Without my face, you can't see shit.
I'm just resigned to the fact I'm going to be single to the day I die, and I'm okay with that at this point in time because, quite frankly, I've had about enough of fucking women in real life. Like, I've gone on enough dates, and I'm just telling you, all these women are fucking batshit crazy. Like, you have to wade through a sea of fucking crazy.
Did you take her camping?
I took her hiking up to Gooseberry Falls.
Oh, see, now.
Oscar, you there?
Yeah, what's up, Kevin?
Who?
Yeah, what's up?
What the fuck you calling me?
I said, what's up, KP?
Oh. You know, niggas got loose lips around this motherfucker.
What the hell happened?
Hey, Brad. That's
Oh,
why
I heard the little slick shit Jassy said. But
When?
bitch that popped in the room.
When?
I don't give a fuck. I call that bitch a bitch in a minute. Don't give a fuck.
What happened? What happened? I missed it.
Because I broke up with a bitch and this bitch is in the room. I don't give a fuck. I never said I broke up with that bitch.
I don't know what the hell going on right now, KP. I'm lost
What
right
the fuck just
now.
happened?
Me too.
I don't know what's going on, KP. Sorry, bro.
Slick Rick talked too much to you. I don't give a fuck. That bitch is still hanging on my nuts.
That's why I don't date American women. I only date foreigners.
That's why that bitch came in the room. It's like, oh, you gonna call her a bitch? I said, bitch, what you want? The fuck you in this room for, bitch?
Women, you sure it's not the other way around? Who you say that to, KP? Who are you talking to? You said your ex?
Yeah.
Who your ex?
Yo, angel, nigga.
What the fuck?
Thank you, KP. Thank you.
I had to stop myself. I didn't want to be disrespectful, nigga, bro. You know, I was about to go there.
It's all right, I do it all the time, bro. It's all good, bro.
I said, fuck it, nigga. We're going to have a drink. And I got to a long time for me to go ahead. What the fuck was like that?
Do your ass to you, yeah, bro.
I don't give a fuck about no bitches in this motherfucker.
Nah, I don't know what happened. What happened when I left? You said Jazzy did what, though? What happened?
Oh, she made a smart comment, called somebody out in the audience.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Jazzy making a smart comment. She never does.
Exactly, KP. Come on now. I don't believe that was Jazzy.
Yeah, that is so unlike Jazzy, right?
That is not like Jazzy. Can I put that on that black queen?
Nope. Nope.
I
I ain't give a fuck. I ain't got no. What are you calling a queen?
I just let you know I keep my bitches in check, nigga.
Katie, you are acting new right now. You are acting new. Like, you don't think Jazzy, that's just how she rolls? You are acting new.
Oh shit, I know she messing.
Yeah, exactly. KP.
I ain't got no ill will against her. She was funny. And she thought that bitch was gonna say something sideways. Nope, bitch, they ain't gonna say nothing.
Damn.
I keep my hoes in check, nigga. Keep her man strong. Man, a lot of people don't think what I want. So, Red, thank you for all these lovely white women.
What's
I don't know.
What's up, Paul?
They're all yours. You can have every single one.
For what, bro? What I do now?
I only date Hispanics, black, and
For what?
Asians. That's it. No more white women. Ever again. No more.
What the fuck I do to Abby?
Abby's like, bitching to you, and I'm like,
What?
I feel had nothing to do with it. Bitching at me.
What the fuck I do to
Brad, you should just go to yoga classes in your city or town and meet white women in those yoga classes.
What's up?
She just called me a racial slur. So that's why she was booted from the room. I booted her from the room. I'm not going to tolerate someone calling me racial names. Fuck that.
Right. Ryan kicked me out. Montessori, he kicked me out the fucking room. Like, what the fuck? Wait, they all kicked you out? I will tear them up in other rooms. They don't like me. Nah, bro. It ain't worth it. That's all this. Once they come in here and start some old messy ass shit. That's like, so like the whole thing with Abby, like I don't know if you guys know the tea on this one. I can't believe I just used the word tea. But she's been all over Diogenes' tiny little dick. And he's like all talking about he's a family Christian man. But these two have been trying to get together and they do that little like Omari kind of bullshit, talking to each other, falling asleep. Shit. Shit. That's I ain't got no issue with it. She wants some dick, he wants some pussy. That's on y'all, bro. They so good.
But he's married. And a Christian.
Hey, that's between him. It's what? Hey, they're a throuple. That's on them. Maybe they're polygamous. No.
Maybe they're just dick fucks. They don't know how to actually have a good life. That could be one.
This is the same guy who said he wanted to set up gun turrets to shoot brown and black people that came across the border. That he wanted a whole armed wall to kill people that come around into America.
Maybe they're both depressed. I mean, Abby's always at the grocery store checkout aisle. She weighs 300 pounds. She's in doctoral school. And Diogenes got a shit job driving a dump truck, bossing people around at construction sites. Meanwhile, he's got 8 mouths to feed. I mean, you know, this is his ability to, you know, stroke it or something. I mean, this is it. This is as good as it gets.
Yeah, Jefferson, you see how good it is, man, to allow me to get your point across without you fucking coming up the mic and yo, Jefferson, that was the funniest shit ever. Hey, I'm dead right now.
It's ergonomic.
It is ergonomic. Man, I feel like I missed a lot, Sean. What else has I been playing off there? I dated this girl who So here's the thing here. I've been camping for the last 2 weeks. I've popped off and off. Out in the field, in the bush. And I can tell you, shut up, KK. I'll give you one in the bush.
Bush.
But it's been eye-opening because I've never come across this. Like you see tent cities and urban populations, but I shit you not, guys. I've been finding whole families at campsites. literally campsites.
Oh my
Like
God, that's so sad.
they're paying their way because there's hot showers and water. They're staying there, but they're not fucking trying to basically go to a tent city. They're not impoverished. They're working. They just can't afford their homes or their rents, and they're raising kids at these campsites. They stay for 14 days until the state says you got to move, otherwise it becomes a seasonal thing. And they're just hopping campsites. It's fucking crazy.
I was at a campsite for like 30+ days when I was waiting for a military base housing. I did. I had like a trailer, and then we were in like this little trailer, and then we got like a cottage. But yeah, it was camping. See?
Yeah, I think ours here is like you have to move every 14 days, 200 feet or 500 feet, something like that.
Well, that's with cars too.
And it starts over.
Do you guys have rules? Like in the state of California, you can't leave your car parked for extended period of time. It has to like move after I think like 21 days or something like that. It's because they don't want people living out of their cars right on the streets.
Oscar Martin.
Are they there?
Brad, where's the $1,000 you fucking nigger and kick at your chin?
What? Oh, yeah. Nobody. Yo, Abby, what the fuck happened?
Where's your run?
Yo, this pack is crazy.
Wait, are you talking about?
Abby, what happened?
Oh, she left. What are you talking about? My dead husband? Or is that what you're talking about?
Come on now, I said don't kick her.
I didn't kick her. She left. She left and she can come back when she wants to come back.
That was Abby on a burner.
It was Abby on a burner.
Oh,
There you go.
That bitch is drunk.
She comes back, calls me cheek again, and says like, "Yeah, where's your dead husband?" Yeah.
That's fucked up. That's fucked up.
right next to you. And right, you know what? KK,
Fuck that bitch ass fucking kite.
where's your family members? Oh, they're now charcoal. Okay, I got it. They're now in some fucking.
Don't listen to Kay. She's just a fucking dilapidated pussy ass bitch.
Wes, it's not funny. Stop doing that shit.
No, Adams. Why? Because you fucking cuck with fucking them Abby. Fuck you, Adams.
No, it has nothing to do with that. I don't want to hear that type of language.
Well, yeah, I don't want to talk about you talking about fucking Palestine, bitch. Don't go coming with me, bitch.
Fuck Palestine, bitch.
Don't fuck with me, Adam.
And here's the dumb part. Like, she came into a room, KK, called you a chink, and then ran. Like, what is she, 10?
Yeah. Probably got ran through 10 times.
I believe in equal rights right now. For a lot of these women, we should just, like, equal rights. Be equal right with the left uppercut. I mean, come on. Let's get it.
Equal race, equal lips, nigga.
The acronym is HEP and SEP, which is highly emotional person and highly sensitive person. When you tip 300 pounds and you can barely graduate med school and you don't know what to do with your life because you're dying and you're obese and you're going to be a doctor. I recently took out a Democrat here in Chicago with hairy armpits. She was tipping the scales, and let me just tell you, she was on the verge of becoming an oncologist. But I'm like, how? And she's like, I spend so much time studying health and medicine, I neglect my body. I'm like, yeah, that's fucking obvious.
By the way, she never graduated med school. She's not in med school. She tells a fantastical tale multiple times in multiple areas. One day she was working for a hedge fund. The other day she was a fucking doctor. The other day she inherited wealth. It's all the fucking.
Oh shit! She's like Cora Orientalism.
Who is this?
Brian, can you hear KK?
Are you talking about my filthy four-legged friend over there, Cora?
You sound muffled as hell, Adam.
I said, are you talking about my filthy four-legged friend over there with Cora?
Listen, this is the ultimate. This is the ultimate obesity fat app experience for social audio hypnosis. You can be the fattest, disgusting, laziest piece of shit in the world. Come here and have a voice because you have a big baritone voice. It's the Aretha Franklin hypnosis fat person app of manipulation as they're dying.
You know, that's my whole goal is just to retire, get fat. I want to be fat virgin. I am so sick and tired
You
of
do
this.
not want to be Monica. Stop it.
I want to get fat.
Yo. Oh,
hold on. What's this guy doing? Oh, this poor cat, man. Oh, I gotta pull over. There's a veteran walking. I can tell he's walking because he's wearing his fucking army issued boots on a fucking 70-degree day with a hydro bladder. And I know exactly.
Just remember John Rambo and just keep driving.
Nah, I'll pull over and give these guys a lift. I'll be back.
Share your location so I know you're not killed. Thank you.
What I don't understand is why are veterans walking on highways with boots? I mean, yes, maybe they drink too much, this and that, but I mean, honestly, like, not everybody's a veteran because they're walking around wearing black boots.
Well, yesterday was Memorial Day, so a lot of veterans do like these memorial hikes, or they walk around different cities. They're doing like a pledge. So that's probably maybe the reason why. I know where I live in Southern California, a lot of veterans and active duty service members, they are training to deploy. And so what they're doing is they're breaking in their boots, putting on their ruck packs, and training themselves as well. So there you go. That might be.
You don't got a bone.
What?
break them bitches in. The last thing you want to do is
I mean, I do those with heels too. I gotta break them in before I take them out on the road. You know.
Okay.
They gotta go up and down. They gotta go up and down the slide pole. Come on now. They gotta clap at the top. When you cross your legs, crisscross. Yeah, clap those heels together. Have them hit the ground. Come on now.
I'm just saying that, you know, when you do veteran charity work, there's always an element of danger there. And, you know, the world's greatest sniper who ever lived got killed doing veteran charity work by a veteran.
Yeah, it's true. I do veteran charity work all the time with Brad. And look at him.
Oh, Brad turned out all right.
Oh, Leon, yeah, some days it's questionable, but that's okay.
Yeah, when he's not ripping the spleen and, you know, somebody's vertebrae out there fucking throat on Clubhouse. Yeah. He's pretty good. Rough on the edges, but you know, there's Brad.
Well, I mean, this is Clown Town. So, I mean, you know, to have a strong voice here in Clown Town, I mean, it doesn't take too much. You just don't be black, don't be gay, don't be trans, don't be obese.
I can when you're black. Like, what do you mean you can stop being black? That doesn't make sense.
And why are you leaving out the Asians and the mutts? What's going on here?
I don't know. There were maybe 10 other things I could go with, but those were the first 4 that came out.
Okay, top of head. Top of head, got it.
Hey, what bags are clogged? Go ahead, nigga. You want to boom this room?
Nah, I don't want to boom.
Oscar, is that your doggy? Because I had a white lab, and those lips don't look like my dog. Just saying.
No, this is the name Big Fat Lips.
Okay.
So I don't know if anybody's following Anne's TikTok, but she's got over 20,000 followers, and she live streams Clown House rooms to TikTok.
That's against user agreement.
You do the same thing, Jefferson Park. What the fuck?
Well, that's true, but also, I think she needs to put like an asterisk of all warnings and when people watch her TikToks because her forehead. So they need to put on some glasses so they don't get that.
Damn, that's
on there.
Listen, as a bald man with a big forehead, I'm applauding her. I'm applauding her and Hampton. Where are the other content creators of this Clown House crew who can maybe do some real political change for the better, as opposed to just, you know, doing useless hypnosis about...
Is that what Anne thinks she's doing is political change.
God,
Oh my God.
God only
That's
knows.
funny.
I mean, at least she wears a MAGA hat. Like, that's pretty bold.
She probably doesn't know how to spell MAGA. Sorry.
She's a dumb bitch.
Well,
MAGA.
what I'm saying is,
MAGA.
she is our, whatever that blonde chick's name is on Fox News. You know, she's our Fox News representative of Clownhouse.
I do not claim her at all. When you have sold your coochie-coo to half the married men on Clubhouse, no one should claim her unless you're an STD clinic, okay?
Oh, shit. Damn. Well, fine, I got her blocked on my thing, guys.
Yeah, but if people who come on this app and say, "Oh, it's a dating app," oh, is it? Have you been to Hinge and Bumble? Because that's a dating app.
You know, people who think that they can date off this app are actually old enough to remember the chat lines from the 90s. So that's probably the reason why they do it. Why they feel like they can shoot their shot. Because this is, in reality, this is the, like,
Waiting for tonight.
Yeah.
Whoa. Hey, Oscar, come up here, Mike, bitch.
Yo, what 12?
There you go. What's the word, nigga?
Oh, girl in here under a rooster?
Oh, that's crazy. Look at Oscar the Grouch of this motherfucker, calladito, look.
Oscar be on that bullshit, man. I'm surprised he hasn't called me Powerpuff Girl yet.
I just said.
What you smoking on, Oscar?
Some bull, right?
Oh, yeah, you smoking on some boof, nigga. Haragagaga.
What the hell is that?
Bullshit, backyard boogie.
Exactly what that shit is. That's oregano, nigga.
So fat, you put that on the pizza. But what's up, man? What the fuck y'all doing? I got booted out of 3 rooms already. I'm trying to chill.
Damn, nigga. That's crazy. I'm chilling. You know, bouncing around.
Yeah, you kicked me out the hot 80 spot.
I'm either too light skinned to be black, or I'm too black to be light skinned.
That's a fact. We're off black and white. Off white.
I got it this morning. Puff, why do you keep saying nigga? Why you keep saying the N word? Ain't you like Mexican or some shit? Aren't you Puerto Rican?
I used to get that all the time on this app. Not when I grew up, like.
Well, why does KP call me that then?
What?
Nigga.
You Asian?
Yeah,
Asian as fuck.
Nah, she not Asian. Damn, man, I want some General Towers right now talking about that shit.
Yeah, but she ain't that kind of Asian.
You know how to cook that, KK?
The real nigga. She ain't General Towers.
Nigga. I don't know the fuck you are, but that's the nigga. Who the nigga? KK a motherfucking nigga.
Oh,
Is she?
my Lord.
Yeah, she the nigga. She that nigga. Word.
Yeah.
Oh, my Lord.
Yo, KK, you that nigga. Word. I respect it.
Oh, Lord.
You see that nigga, so much a nigga, that motherfucker standing next to me, that's triple K's, nigga. Cool. Nigga. There you go.
We're not supposed to be on stage like this together. We talk
That's a nigga. There you go.
Oh, shit. What the fuck is going on? Loose out here.
Nigga, I'm about to crack another bottle for this nigga.
Oh, shit. No wonder. Okay, that explains a whole lot. Say no more. I got you.
I don't give a fuck, nigga.
I know you don't.
It's the old KP coming back, nigga.
Oh, shit. We all about to get kicked out this bitch.
Shit.
Yeah. Fucking shit is what white people look at me out here.
Did they call you the N-word? Do they call you that? Did they call you the N-word?
Nah, man. They wouldn't do. Nah, I ain't never been called that shit. I have been. They ain't switching. Well, I've been called like motherfucker about 20 years ago.
You talking about with the RDR?
Oh yeah, I had a white girl in Rochester.
Not the white girls from Rochester.
Yeah, so white girl in Rochester, you fucking nigger. You may be light skinned, but you're still a fucking nigger. I was like, oh shit. This was like, God damn.
You know what? It's so funny.
No, you got a fucking bitch to make you call you a nigger.
Well, I mean, you know what's so funny? They think just because your skin is not as white as their skin that they think you're black, right? They don't know there are people of all different melanation from different ethnic backgrounds, which makes them ignorant. Just like women coming in here like they were all Koreans. I'm like, I'm Korean. I can't even tell who's all Korean.
How do you know I'm black?
You do Taekwondo?
No, I used to practice judo.
Nah, I used to do Taekwondo, that's why I know.
No, the judo, the gentle way.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, Taekwondo, okay. Alright, cool. How far did you go with it?
Red with a black stripe. Then I was red with 2 blacks, and then it was black belt.
Okay, cool.
Got expensive, you know. Mom dudes can't pay for it no more. You feel me? Like I was young.
Chris. Who the fuck is Dennis Chris, man? This motherfucker followed me not too long ago.
You know what's crazy?
That's my coach.
I'd rather be dark skinned than to be pale. Like I'm good on that.
Man, who gives a fuck?
Niggas is see-through, bro.
Yo, Oscar, where your crew at, man?
Everybody that got kicked out and ran away, bro. We've been open up all this.
What are you talking about? I'm an Oscar's crew. So we say.
Yeah. That's true.
I guess we're the new league.
We're just missing a few.
So this is my best
Who asked where the crew at? 11?
I'm just 11. I'm not 11.
Wait, what does it say?
I don't know. Thank you very much.
So it doesn't say number 11?
It just says 11.
What is it, the number 11?
Where's the number sign you want me to put?
Is it the number 11?
Hey, yo, Oscar. Bitch.
I'm asking though.
Y'all fucked up my brain for a second. She gonna show me a sister Diageo.
Oh shit, what?
Whoa. Yo, Buckhead. How about that car, nigga?
Say what?
How about that car, nigga? Go with it, nigga. Allow it.
Oh shit. They got me telling you got the wrong agent, bro.
I know. I ain't gonna keep John.
The pedophile Mohammed was a child molester.
Continue, please stop.
Mohammed was a piece of shit.
Please stop. We are not going to listen to that. Not today.
So what y'all doing? Hello?
Hello.
Hello, brother.
Yeah. What are you all yapping about?
Are we talking to you?
Yeah, what are you yapping about in this room?
Well, we're trying to talk about autism. That is the first thing, and then we also talk about which fighters are more LGBTQ friendly.
Yes, definitely autism, is relatively connected to the IDF soldiers. That's what makes them, IDF, that's what makes them LGBTQ friendly.
Do you think the IDF and Hamas should start respecting each other's pronouns as perhaps a first step to peace?
First of all, like most of Hamas soldiers, I guess they don't have pronouns other than.
Well, there's a lot of trans Hamas soldiers, right? There's a lot of trans combatants.
Yeah, I don't think so.
In Gaza.
It is very common.
No. Have you been with Hamas
It's well known that 10% of all Hamas combatants are trans. And so I think perhaps, just on the level of respect, I've always heard that Martin Luther King very famously used intersectionality. He brought different groups together, coalitions for peace. And I think perhaps if maybe, the IDF start respecting the pronouns of trans Hamas soldiers, perhaps that could be the first step to a ceasefire. It's a great thing. Don't let.
Excuse me, Phallus, can you put me in the queue after L? Thank you, Phallus.
Yes. I think that would be a good step, towards ceasefire. But I think also, another thing that we should prioritize is, the killing of children.
I don't plan.
Snipers, shooting children and innocent women, isn't a cool thing anymore, I guess. I mean, when Hitler did it, it was cool and shit, but nowadays, in 2024, man, I think, it's pretty fucking lame.
No children being killed right now.
Okay, please put me in the queue, Phallus. Thank you very much.
Okay, you may speak. I'll visit law.
Yes, speak.
Yes, this is Jefferson Park News. I am live in Rafah, reporting on the front lines, and I want to let you know that it is underreported the number of trans soldiers operating within Rafah for Hamas. It seems as if the power of the trans is helping these soldiers resist the IDF soldiers. And you are right, the autism spectrum disorder is vast within the IDF infantry. And so these trans soldiers are able to essentially blend in with walls, with cars, with rubble. You can't spot them. It's almost a form of magic camouflage. And the IDF soldiers are bewildered when they see a grown Hamas militant man, 40 years old, dressed as a woman in a brassiere with red and pink lipstick on. And let's just be honest, the Israeli soldiers are not prepared to fight this type of enemy in open air combat, let alone in civilian areas. So Benjamin Netanyahu has convened a massive Knesset membership organizational trans emergency meeting because they don't know how to fight this new trans enemy of the Hamas militancy. So this is Jefferson Park News. Timestamp on this news report is 6:47 p.m. CST, 5/28/24, Tuesday evening, reporting live out of Rafah.
Thank you, Jefferson. That was very comprehensive. That was very comprehensive. El Diablo, do you have a response to the freedom fighters of Gaza?
Yes, my statement isn't about, the transgender issue, My issue with the IDF soldiers, while recruiting and drafting the soldiers, they should, make a small IQ test for IDF soldiers. Because apparently, a 7-year-old could solve a puzzle that a Hamas soldier couldn't solve, I think that's the main issue here. If they were, with higher IQ, they would have identified, all this bullshit we are talking about.
What did you think of the Afghani style of freedom fighting, specifically in Pashtun region? They employ a certain type of freedom fighter. They recruit from young age. It is called a Bachabazi fighter. Have you heard of Bachabazi fighter?
No, I haven't heard, but still, recruiting kids, for a freedom fighting group. I guess, it makes more sense than choosing, adults with low IQ. Because, you can teach a kid, but you can't teach a retarded adult,
That is what Afghani people say too, yes. They say you can teach a boy everything, but an adult will learn nothing.
Yes, of course, you can't make retard not shit himself. It's a really, really, really hard thing, to deal with.
Alhamdulillah.
Well, Visiblo, perhaps, let's suppose you formed a bond with a trans IDF soldier. They're beautiful, but they happen to be pre-operation.
Oh, but it is only now.
They happen to be retarded, you say?
Pre-operation.
What does that mean?
A pre-op. He said pre-op.
What does that mean, man?
They're still in the process of transitioning, or maybe, let's just say, they like being in between. They like being in between. Best of both worlds.
Yes, they take time.
They're slowly forming into an vagina, yes.
Yes, so it's a trans woman, very long and luscious hair, good makeup, but original equipment downstairs. And let's suppose you fell in love with this woman. Would you then take her in marriage to bring peace to Gaza?
Despite the transitional state, I would fuck any IDF soldier, to be honest, I would bend him over and go.
No. She prefers to be in control.
Nah, nobody's having control.
You'd save.
Nobody's calling shots here but me.
But this soldier happens to be a general.
Yes,
they have control over the entire nation.
Usually this kind of people who has control in their, career life.
Well, they're taking orders, but they can't
prefer to be dominated, in that.
So they answer to Bibi Netanyahu.
Yes.
I would, yes, I would definitely,
You would allow the general.
Bro, I would get over Netanyahu and give him the back shot of his life.
Mashallah.
You would allow her to penetrate you.
Mashallah.
I would give him the back shots of his life. I would make him try that. But penetrating me isn't a thing that would be happening.
Penetrating you. If I could, speaking of penetrating you, Elvis, would you trade your backside? Would you trade one evening with your backside to save all of people of Gaza, so all Palestinians will be free and have a sovereign country with internationally recognized passport? Would you trade one evening of your anus with a group of men?
The thing that you're speaking about isn't something out of pocket.
Yes, but I'm asking you a question. If you would,
Let me elaborate, my dear friend. Close your mic, please. Please close your mic.
I am moderator, but I will let you speak.
Yes, thank you. You are a very good man. Okay. Speaking of which, IDF soldiers, would fuck, even desert trucks. But me trading my wings, for the freedom of Palestine isn't something happening. I may, say yes, but at the time of being, I would fuck them all and give them the fuck of their life. Believe me, man, you haven't tried an Arab dick.
So you would climax, correct?
I would make them climax. I would give them the back shots
this is
That is
after.
fantastic. Thank you.
I would put cocaine on my dick and give them the back shots of their life.
Alhamdulillah.
Well,
So, Visiblo, would you trade your anus for 30 minutes to save all Muslim people?
Nah, I wouldn't do that.
So you are not Muslim.
Man, are you the championship of jumping to conclusions?
I
ask
ask
no. You want
because
to die then? Very
I
serious.
mean, yes, maybe you are black, maybe you can jump high, maybe you can play basketball, but I don't think you can be the championship of jumping to conclusions.
Look, a real Muslim is willing to do anything for his religion.
Are you a real Muslim, doctor?
Of course.
Would you die? Would you die for
Would you trade your lovely anus, your lovely dark-skinned anus for the IDF soldiers?
If it meant saving an entire country of people, absolutely, alhamdulillah. I would smile on my face, pray to God. I would go. Look, we as Muslims, we go sujood very often, every day. It is not hard to go sujood one more time, just one more time for our people.
Yeah, especially for IDF soldiers, you black dudes, you Jewish black dudes, you admire them IDF small dicks. And it have been said to me by a couple of my Palestinian friends who were in jail. They said Jewish black men, when they end their shift in prisons, they hear them moaning with each other, jumping on each other's dick and try humping each other.
That is amazing.
Is that true?
I don't know. I don't live there, but that sounds amazing. Thank you for sharing your experience.
Yes, thank you.
Alhamdulillah.
Anyway, guys, talk to you later. I got to work.
Are you going to gas station tonight, or where are you working?
No, I'm not working in a gas station, man. I'm going to the office.
What do you do for job?
I'm a cloud engineer, my friend.
You are not cloud engineer.
No, I'm a cloud engineer.
They do not have cloud system in your country.
No, I think they do.
They do not.
No, they do. Where do you live, doctor?
I live in Dubai.
What are you going to be doing at the bus station? Are you doing hand jobs or blow jobs for fare money? What is it?
Who is this guy?
He asked you a question, Visiblo.
Yeah. What was the question?
How much does it cost to service a van at the gas station? How much do you charge?
No, brother, I don't swing that way. I think if I saw a guy looking like you in a gas station, the first thing I would guess, he's a pimp, or the second thing would be that he's a fruity dude. You look like a fruity dude, though. I mean, but if you got bitches, send them over here. I would pay you, don't worry.
Alhamdulillah. So, Visiblo, have you ever been with a man before?
No, not at all. Islam forbids that.
I understand, but you are not fully Muslim. You are not willing to give yourself for the
yes,
for the good of mankind.
God would understand, yes, because God would understand, man.
God is not understanding your behavior.
No. God does understand. If you don't believe that God doesn't understand my behavior, you don't have a religion,
He's not understanding your behavior. You're not willing to help people.
I'm understanding my behavior, and I told you my opinion. I'm not giving my ass, man. If that's a relevant thing in Dubai, I don't swing that way.
Okay, what about this showing it? Would you show your anus to save all people in Gaza?
No, I don't think so. Would you?
Like I said, I'm willing to do anything to save humanity.
All right. Show me, your butt crack. Maybe I could talk to my friends, in the Palestinian territories, make them, send ceasefire letters, maybe.
What is wrong with you? Why you speak like this?
What do you mean why I speak like this? What's wrong with me? I'm totally
You
calm.
speak very disrespectful.
No, man, nothing personal. Don't get offended.
Please apologize.
No, I don't think I'm doing that. Maybe if you apologize to me, I will apologize to you. Maybe if you apologize to me, I will apologize to you. But I will consider it.
I need you to listen. I need you to listen.
I can't, sorry, my friend.
Your behavior is disrespectful.
Can I just get the tip in?
He speaks very badly.
Sorry? I'm really sorry for hurting your feelings, doctor. Please, please.
Doctor?
Don't be mad.
Doctor,
Please don't.
Olga does not believe you are Somali. I tell her you are MJ.
I am Somali. Somali Banahei.
You do look Somali.
I appreciate
Do you have any Indians here?
Not every day. Where do you live, Visiblo?
Somalians live where?
Where do you live, Visiblo?
Does that matter?
I'm asking you where you live. What shithole do you live in?
I live in Saudi Arabia.
So you live in the biggest shithole.
Man, why are you disrespecting my country?
I'm not being disrespectful. I'm saying you live in shithole.
Bro, you don't have the audacity to disrespect, my country with your dark skin,
You know you are living in shithole. You know it.
Behave.
I tried to talk to you. Now you're getting angry.
No, I'm not getting angry, man. I'm like super duper calm.
Everybody knows Saudi Arabia is shithole.
Yes, maybe yes, maybe no. You haven't been there to judge.
I have been there. I have done Hajj twice. Do you know anything what is happening with Hajj right now in Mecca?
Yes, I do know.
People using the bathroom in the street, right outside of Mecca. You know this. It is not good.
I mean, it's when you put Indians anywhere, they shit in the streets.
We don't talk about Indian. We talk about the Saudis.
I mean, not the Indian specifically, but many people with dark skin, they usually take the easy route on the street, like dogs,
Have you ever smelled the Saudi before? It is strong smell.
Yes, definitely, but not, worse than whatever country you are from. Especially the ones with dark skin.
I live in Dubai. It is very clean here, very nice. We don't allow people.
No, back in your home country, I mean.
I was born in Dubai.
You was born in Dubai? How old are you? 16? How old are you, kid? 16?
I am not 16.
You are a grown-up man. Maybe you are 18, right? Right, kiddo? Yo, big boy. Give me your dad. Give me your dad. I want to speak to him about your manners.
Don't be disrespectful.
No, man, I'm not being disrespectful. I need another.
Now you be disrespectful.
You
talk very bad.
No, man. No.
You talk very
bad. Like I can't talk bad to kids. That's a felony.
You're talking very badly. You know it.
No, man, I'm not talking very badly. Maybe you are sensitive. Are you sensitive? I'm sorry to.
So please apologize. Please apologize. You're talking very badly.
All right, Mr. Sensitive Dude. I am really sorry for breaking your heart and making you tear up. I'm really, really sorry.
Alhamdulillah.
Do you want the ID of Dr. Somali or our rights?
I will let you speak.
Yes.
I will let you speak.
Yes, please. Thank you, saying Rafa. You're a very good man. Okay. Speaking of which, I have soldiers, would fuck, even desert trucks. But me trading my innocence, for the freedom of Palestine isn't something happening. I may, say yes, but at the time of being, I would fuck them all and give them the fuck of their lives. Believe me, man, you haven't turned the bird to shots today. I don't think so.
Climax, correct.
That would make them climax. I know, it's really hard, but you have to protect your wishes, next time.
This is fantastic.
I would put cocaine on my dick and give them the back shots of
Moses has autism. Thank you.
Alhamdulillah.
Moses, do you have autism?
That is really amazing. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, very bad case of autism.
Yes, I have autism. Are you angry? I want to see how far I can take this.
So, Visiblo, would you trade your anus for 30 minutes to save all Muslim people?
Nah, I wouldn't do that.
So you're not the Muslim.
No, man, you can jump into conclusions.
I understand you want to die, but
Maybe you can jump high, maybe you can play basketball, but I don't think you can be the championship of jumping to conclusions.
Look, a real Muslim is willing to do anything for his religion.
Are you a real Muslim, Doctor?
Of course.
would you die for your
Would you trade your lovely anus, your lovely dark-skinned anus for the IDF soldiers?
If it means saving an entire country of people, absolutely. Alhamdulillah. Yeah, I would look, we Muslims, we go to
Palestinian. Thank you. What are you saying, man? I'm Indian. Yeah. Yes, I told you that explains that why you have like a severe case of autism, like doctor said to me. And then bring up the facts. You could talk to doctor. He brought up the fact.
Just
Indians are the smartest people in the world, actually.
that is because there is 1.4 billion of you. You have 150 million engineers. This is why just that you breed so many people. That does not mean you don't have autism.
Yes, man, it's a probability and statistics stuff. You know, what's the probability of getting a genius out of each and every 1 million? I mean, let's say it's 10%. You have a billion in your country. So that's like a really huge number, you know.
Sunny slaves serve them and pick their toes and make them little cheese platters.
Thank you.
Was Moses offended, do you think, doctor?
Yes, I think you upset him. I don't know why he's taking this over.
No, man, I didn't. I'm just speaking facts. You all know. If I joke with my Arab friends, like that, it would be like the fun of our life, But you all here are sensitive and depressed people. You can't have fun. That's the problem.
They don't know how to do roleplay. They are so uptight. They're always causing problems wherever they go all the time because they don't know how to just let it go and do roleplay. It is called LARPing, live action roleplaying. The peoples of the Muslim faith need to learn how to LARP from the Hindus, from the Buddhists, from the Christians and the Jews. They don't understand how to play nice.
That was great, thank you.
Doctor.
Yes.
Have somebody done anything to you while you were a kid? I'm just wondering.
Nobody touched me. No, not yet. No.
Well, I mean, if you want it, I hope God gives it to you.
Inshallah.
Inshallah.
I am sure that Allah will give you heavens upon heavens in the heavens times 1,000 heavens. Everybody knows Shalom.
We have to be respectful.
You're a very good man. Okay. Speaking of which, IDF soldiers, would fuck, even desert trucks.
Some of Japanese Indian accents.
Guys,
So maybe
he is offended
What is there to be offended by? The Indians are enslaving 2 million Pakistanis and 100 million Sri Lankan slaves for many generations. They are racist people, north to south. In the north, the white Indians, they hate the black Indians. They are racist.
Please, there is a misunderstanding. You know, he just offended, you know, by me saying he's depressed. You know, by me saying to doctor that he is depressed. I don't know if PP, you know, is related to doctor, but I don't think, you know, to get into family matter. You know, I don't have to take it this personally.
I know I don't have to take it personally, but everything is personal. This is Clown Town, and in Clown Town, you know, I say what I feel what I say, so I am very personable because I am very authentic about my true self.
Oh shit, that's crazy, man. Yo, what kid? What dude here? What is he called? Paulus?
His name is Dr. Falus.
Falus, okay. Falus.
Falus, could you respond to El Visiblo?
Falus. Hey man, how are you? Where are you? Let's consider this a group therapy session. You know, talk about all the shit we go through in our life. PP, can you get up here, please? I want to talk with you.
Yes, PP, please come up, PP.
Let's make it a group therapy session, you know, please. I think you guys need someone to talk to. I'm here for you all.
I am here for you too, all my brothers.
See, that's the spirit, you know.
Alhamdulillah.
Alus. Don't leave me hanging here.
Sorry, I'm back.
Yes. Okay. Since nobody wants to get up. Sorry?
You had an interview?
I didn't quite hear that. Can you say that again, please?
You had a question.
Yes. No, it's not a question, it's a proposal, you know. Let's make this a group therapy session, you know. As friends in each other, you know, talking about the hardships of life. Yeah, we could start by you. If anyone going through a divorce, anyone going through hard times, you know, his ex cheated on him, anything, you know, you can speak it here.
I have a question for you, Akas. My question is, why was the wall is hiding the reality of Palestine?
Sorry?
My question is, why the wall is hiding the reality of Palestine?
I can help answer this because there is a genocide. They need ceasefire now.
Who are you asking this question, me or Farouk?
What you said?
Who are you asking this question to, me or Falus?
All of you guys.
Yes, you know I'm an Arab Muslim man. I don't swing like this.
I know why they do it. They are censoring because they want the land. They want to genocide. It's obvious what they are doing.
Yes, they like the
genocide. I want to do, and I like what he said. But what these guys are talking about, the French and the doctor, who they are.
You know, they are, you know, people who are going through hardships in life, you know. Maybe his wife cheated on him, maybe he's going through a divorce, maybe doctor, you know, is having some, you know, let's say, attraction on the other spectrum, you know.
Listen, are they LGBT group?
Yes, I do think so. I do think they, you know, they sex call every night. They look like two guys who would call each other and more.
Alhamdulillah. That's a disaster, bro. That's a disaster. Really.
I mean, look at them, and you can feel the sexual tension.
This is another reason why they are genociding the Palestinian people, because CNN, the mainstream media, the Democrats, the clown people, they want to turn the Gaza Strip into an LGBTQ vacation hotspot.
Okay, that's nice information. For you.
Welcome, Juan.
Information. But the two people who are here supporting Israel, yes, they are pretty much supporting Israel, acting all fun and shit. But they got hate. I told them, thank you for the whole day, not a night, because you are supporting fucking. No, please.
No, he is speaking the truth. They are genocidal maniacs, these IDF soldiers, and the Benjamin Netanyahu, he is a Knesset psychopath. They are trying to cause all genocide all throughout the region. They are a serial terrorist. Oh, does not want to listen, just want to speak? Okay, I understand.
Alhamdulillah. Yes, thank you. Tell me, what's your pronouns? What's your pronouns, fellows? Are you they them? Should I call you them?
My pronoun is Uranus, Aquarius, and Scorpio.
All right. Doctor, what's your pronouns?
I do not use pronouns. Just don't refer to me. I am doctor.
Doctor is your pronoun, sir. You earned the degree. You should ask for people to call you doctor if you earned it. It is your title.
Let us be kind.
Let us be still and meditate on the peace of love and go within so we can find the truth here and discover joy.
Wait. There is an audience down there, that I want to ask something. Olga, where are you from?
She is from Uranus.
Please, man, please. That joke died when I was 7 years old. Let me talk to Olga. Miss Olga, please.
Please, Olga, come on up and tell us what you got.
You are Somali?
Yes, Somali brother.
All right.
Have you ever had a Somali sandwich?
What is your
Somali sandwich? No, but I did have a Somali girlfriend once. No,
You did, but you never had one of a Somali sandwich. She could have made you one. It is a delicacy. They toast the bread and they use a lot of butter.
Sorry?
Which Kabila was your girlfriend? What tribe? What's that clan?
I didn't quite hear that. What
tribe was your girlfriend?
Which tribe?
Yes.
No, I don't know which tribe,
Okay.
We met when I was back in Kuwait. I didn't ask about tribe worship. I never, knew that Somalis had tribes.
Oh, it's very important. Most Somalis even say if you're tribe before even if Somali.
Maybe she was Fremen.
Wait, Olga. Oh, are you calling me a Christian Arab? If yes, raise up your thumb.
No one is accusing you of being a Christian Arab, sir. You are projecting.
No, man, look in the comments. I'm just following the comments while talking to you.
Oh, hey, wallah. Assalamu alaikum. I did not know about the comments. What do you think? Should I go adopt a dog? I want to adopt a dog, raise a dog as my little friend. What do you think?
Yes, you should definitely adopt a dog, yes. Or maybe you could get back to your kids. I don't know.
I don't have any children, but I would adopt Palestinian babies instead of having them blown apart by Raytheon Northrop Grumman bombs.
great to hear that. Great. So, tell me, what do you think of babies being killed, by bombs?
I think that when I go to my local Mexican restaurant and I get a baby burrito versus the full size burrito, murder is murder, death is death, diarrhea at 6 a.m. the next day is all the same thing. I'm just saying there is no difference between a dead baby, a dead man, a dead woman, a dead grandmother. It is all death. So we must pray for peace and eat the baby burrito instead of killing baby Palestinians with Northrop Grumman bombs.
Are you trolling, Hopper?
Yeah, I just want to be funny.
Jacob, go tell your Marine Corps daddy in Joliet to go raise up good boy and give you a gym membership and $10 for allowance this week to help you buy some snacks at the grocery store.
Yeah, he's trolling for real now. Okay. Have a nice day, sir.
I think he tried to talk, actually. I don't think he trolling.
Yes, I can choose my pronouns, I can choose my accent, I can choose everything. You cannot tell me what I cannot say. You don't know nothing. You are just boy. You're little angry man.
Okay, he knows my father. He spoke to him on Clubhouse before. So apparently he really remembers people.
Who is your father?
He was a Marine.
He was real Marine or he was not real Marine?
I've done a in E7, 75 to 85.
Were you also in military?
No, never claimed. Because my dad told me not worth it.
I do say,
my dad
would say about this story.
My dad would say, don't go to fight for men to die in the Middle East for oil that you don't own.
What?
Back then it was Iraq. In 2003 I graduated high school. So my dad's like, you don't want to fight in the Middle East. They've been fighting each other for millennia. And you're never going to solve the problem. So we don't belong there. And we should never put our heads there. The only reason why we're there is for oil.
Your father joined you on the other men.
He said I joined because I was poor.
A lot of Marine closeted homosexual.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe that's.
Did he let loose?
I don't know.
Well, he was in the service.
Alright, cool.
Did he experiment?
Your father, he was he had a boyfriend? Jacob? Are you there?
Brother off, I'm not answering that.
Jacob, if I would say your father was he was doing something, yes? Jacob, I talk to you.
Let us move this conversation forward. He said he does not want to answer your questions about his father's love affairs when he was Marine Corps gunnery sergeant killing people in Nicaragua.
Jacob, could you talk, please?
Well, Pepe says I have a big mouth, so I'll shut up.
We think you're a very nice person.
Jacob, what is your favorite pizza in Chicago? Loma Natti's or Giordano's?
Pepe, you can either speak into the microphone or you whatever do what you're doing down there. I'm not gonna
Just ignore Pepe Pepperoni. He's not a real Pepe. He's just a troll. He comes here to do the chat that he's a chat app warrior, angry person.
Okay, he's a fugazi.
When did you first start feeling valid?
What? Okay.
When did you first start feeling valid?
This is another reason why they're genociding the Palestinian people, because CNN, the mainstream media, the Democrats, the Klan people, they want to turn the Gaza Strip into an LGBTQ vacation hotspot.
There's no point. What do you get out of it? It'd be like
get the board first.
Okay. think about it like a board, okay? Excuse me, watch this. Think about it like this. It's called like false flagging. If you go around saying whatever you're in a gang, you're gonna be all, okay. You know what's this? Spit some poetry then. And if you don't know the poetry, they ain't gonna ask you twice. So boom, bam, they'll spit your motherfucking head open. So
you're talking about this, like splitting the pants and doing taking the head.
Yeah, it's killing you. So if you're gonna pretend to be in a gang or whatever, you better get ready because in Chicago, baby, we don't play. So you all want to say what you want. That's cool where you're from, shit like that. But if you aren't authentic here, people know within 5 fucking seconds, and they don't want nothing to spill with you. So I'm good. I'll just listen to you guys talk.
So you did or did not have boyfriend in Chicago? Jakub?
Jakob, do you spend time in Roscoe's?
What do you do?
Did you spend time in Roscoe's? The club?
No, I never heard of it.
He asked you a question, Jakub. Stop getting angry.
Hey, where are you from, doctor?
Now I live in Dubai. What about you?
You already know where I live. I just fucking told you.
You say Chicago? You like to live in Chicago?
Hello? I don't feel like talking to you. Somebody else.
Why do you get angry, Jakub?
Yes.
Why do you get angry?
I don't like people fucking with me.
Nobody fuck with you. You fuck with yourself.
Safe space.
Nobody fuck with you.
God, I got anger problems. Don't fuck with me.
Could you try to stop? Could you try to stop?
Alright, I will. Sorry.
Jakub, I just want you to be normal, not be so angry in this room. Please, let us have conversation.
Jakob, did you fly a rainbow flag for your father yesterday?
Jakub?
What?
He asked you a question.
I heard it, but I don't really understand what the fuck he's saying. About who?
He asked you a question.
The fucking ask. I didn't ask you twice.
Jakub, do you have wife now, or what do you have? Jakub?
Jakub, you're being medium low heat. I think it's time, to go back to your marine stuff.
Yeah, I tried to talk to you, but you act angry, Jakub. Do you have wife?
I ain't talking to you, motherfucker. Not about that shit.
If you have wife?
I am not telling you if I got a wife, a sister, a husband, a fucking granddad. You go fuck yourself.
Why you swear at me, Jakub? Please don't swear at me, please.
No,
please.
I ain't telling you shit.
Jakub, please don't swear at me. I beg you.
They call me Jacob, not Jacob. What the fuck you keep saying Jacob like you're fucking? What's wrong with you?
Sorry, Jacob.
Or Jake, Joliet Jake. Jake from Chicago.
I want to be your friend.
Well then say my fucking name right, you dumb fuck. What is
Jacob?
Okay, if you can't say my name right, then what the fuck? You drive my cab, okay, here's the fare, $5.
Could you say your name so I can understand?
I done told you my name. You can read it, you can write it, you heard it. Quit acting like you don't know how to fucking speak English. I just got that told you, motherfucker.
Yes, but I just asked. Is it Jacob? Jacob?
Man, if you can't say my motherfucking name right, then you don't know where the fuck you at.
But I live in Dubai. I know where I am.
Man, well, whatever. Have fun with that shit.
You don't need to yell at me.
Get on your camel, okay? Put the diaper on your head, and just enjoy yourself or something.
I do not ride camel. I ride Mercedes.
Okay, just put the diaper on your head, jump on the camel, and then just jump, go swim in a whale or whatever you gotta do. Go support a mom. Go fucking jerk yourself off a million times.
I don't want to do that.
I think it's haram. And your wife's like covered up in beekeeper suits and shit like that. I don't want nobody looking at my wife. Why is she?
My wife is allergic to bees.
It doesn't matter.
But my wife, she allergic to bees. She cannot touch bees.
Motherfucking Dubai and shit. Those motherfuckers were goat herders until Western people discovered oil. They're like, hey, you dumb fuck, you want like lots of money for your property? They're like, sure, as long as my wife.
Yes. And what was Chicago?
Everything.
And now it is nothing.
Everything.
Now you have ghetto black people robbing store on Michigan Mile.
Okay, that's been going on since the history of Chicago. Irish people do it too.
Why you do that? Why you people do that?
Are you guys perfect, or what do you guys do? Just below each other and stuff like that?
Yes, we do not have stealing. It is illegal.
Oh yes, because you cut their hands off.
Yes, we kill them.
Okay. Sounds like a nice place. And then the women have to wear beekeeper suits.
No, my wife, she allergic to bees.
Yeah. Not probably from there. I don't think anybody would. I don't think your government allows freedom of speech anyway.
What about your sunglass?
Oh, the cheap Chinese knockoff ones?
Wait, what gas station do you buy that in?
So, the gas station I bought them in was ran by somebody from your part of the country. Or your part.
They own the gas station and you buy the gas and the sunglass, so they're doing very well, yes?
Yeah, I love it.
Tell me, Jacob,
have
you ever given your anus to a man?
Huh?
Have you ever given your anus to a man?
If you could pronounce it correctly, I would say yes. But you cannot do it.
So you have given yourself to a man?
Of course.
Why you do that?
I love men. So I've honestly given my honesty to men, including my father. Because I don't know what you're saying.
Man, that's crazy.
You're English? Very different. Yes, so I've given my honesty.
Why you do that, Jacob? It is not right. Not your father, maybe to someone else.
You're not accept Uranus.
I give my honest to my father every night. And, so, yeah, I mean, why wouldn't I?
Did he buy you those sunglasses as a gift?
Good. I think we have a Jewish rabbi down there.
Honestly, yes.
Can you get up here, please? I want to ask you something.
I'm honestly answering your question. Yes.
Por favor, Senor Blackston, can you enlighten the admin panel and get up here?
You're going back to sounding like a taxi driver in like Queens, New York in 1957.
Jacob, please, can you stop yapping? Por favor, can you stop yapping?
Now you sound like a Guatemalan. See?
Yes, thank you. Close your mic. Hey, Riri, how you doing, shorty? Riri, don't leave me hanging, baby, like that.
You just sound like a cab driver from New York City. Nobody's here to listen to you speak.
Why do you talk like you're from New York City but you live in Chicago?
They fucking think, asshole.
Bro, you talk like you are a man, but all I'm hearing is a yapping of an LGBTQ, spectrum dude.
I don't want a cab ride. I didn't put my hand up.
It is not same thing. It is not same thing. New York City,
at
Chicago.
least I'm a cab driver. I didn't give my anus to my dad, At least I can sit with people, not having this kind of history.
Get the fuck out of here. It's like Baltimore, Milwaukee, Detroit. We all talk like this.
Bro, what are you yapping about?
Cincinnati. St. Louis. Get the fuck out of here with it.
You're not talking correctly. You're talking wrong.
Yes, he's yapping. Leave him to yap, let him, let his batteries die.
He be disrespectful. Jacob be very disrespectful with gas
Yes,
stations
yes.
sometimes.
I think he needs, to give his anus to someone. He needs to calm down a little bit.
Well, have fun with your little gay club.
It is not a gay club, Jacob. You behave.
No, man, no. This is not gay club.
He leave
Bro,
now. He leave now.
Roxy, did you remove him from the room?
No, he leave. He go away.
Why isn't Roxy answering me? Don't worry, Riri, you are still my Sophie. I'm just asking her, an honest question. I'm not trying to put her in it. You are my baby,
Habibi Afwan, I want you to listen. I make a recording from Netflix. I sold it for $100,000. Thank you. Shukran, Habibi.
You had a question.
Yes. No, it's not a question, it's a proposal, Let's make this a group therapy session, Us friends and each other, talking about the hardships of life. Yeah, we could start by you. If anyone going through a divorce, anyone going through hard times, his ex cheated on him, anything, you can speak it here.
So very nice.
Maybe why are you mad at me? Alright, fine.
I really feel like we really did a lot of good therapeutic work here today, and I am so happy to have been here with you all. Thank you so much. Shukran.
Everybody's been asking me where
Alright, really, I'm not giving you that child support anyway. Hey, Jeff, can you send me that recording?
No, brother, I cannot. It is a private.
Por favor, man, it's copyrights, man.
I already sold it. I don't own rights anymore. It's too late. You missed opportunity. I offered you opportunity, but the IDF and Mossad, they pay better. So I apologize, but I got to follow the money because I am Jewish, you see?
Yes. Yeah. This is the average Jewish interaction, I can see.
Alhamdulillah.
Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Shalom!
That is enough. Thank you, Jefferson.
Afwan. Shukran, Habibi. Shukran, Habibi.
That is enough. Thank you.
Anyways, it's been a fascinating room. You guys really do put together the best IDF Hamas inclusive LGBTQ soldier type rooms. I mean, soldiers everywhere are looking for what you guys are putting together and talking about nowadays. It's really groundbreaking, psychological, innovative military work that is helping to really facilitate victory on the battlefield.
Thank you, brother. God bless you.
Thank you very little, and God bless you too.
Do we think perhaps a unity between trans Hamas combatants and trans Israeli combatants could foster a potential ceasefire?
It's coming, and I think that this possible situation that you present, the compromise that it will require for it to actually be enacted, could result in an absolute cessation of hostilities, the de-genocidal activities on behalf of all sides. This could create a lasting peace.
Do you think with sufficient medical advancements, if men could get pregnant and reproduce children, do we think this could potentially birth an entire new generation?
Well, Arnold Schwarzenegger and Danny DeVito tackled that very topic in the movie Twins back in 1994.
So, but do we think that could give way to, a new Gazan kind, a new Gazan race, or a new Gazan gender? I don't know what you'll call it. But these children would be like love children. They would be made in a moment of passion, in a brief moment where both sides let their guard down.
Just think about what's coming out of those tunnels, all kinds of crazy genetic mutations from the stress of the situation. I mean, we're lucky that the Gazans don't give birth to some type of Kwisatz Haderach, and the entire Dune movie, part 3 comes out before Disney can release it.
Do you ever think that there are glory holes in these tunnels?
The glory holes on the Egyptian border is where all the money's being made, for God's sakes.
That is very nice, thank you.
It's not just about getting out of Rafah, getting out of Gaza and into Egypt and liberating yourself into the Horn of Africa. It's really about the glory hole money, and that's why this is happening. There's too much money in the glory holes.
Jeff, have you ever tried the glory hole?
I produced a movie called Glory Hole the Movie. I made a couple $1 million. I sold it to Netflix, but they refused to release it because it was too damaging to the Palestinian credibility.
No, let's talk, like real talk. Enough with the comedian bullshit. Have you tried the glory hole?
I just told you, I used to live in Los Angeles. I'm a director, producer. I created the Glory Hole movie. It was a documentary about Palestinian glory holes on the Egyptian border.
Brother, you live on food stamps. What $2 million are you talking about? Let's be
You don't know who I am. I don't know who you are. Let's just stop with the ad hominem attacks. I don't use food stamps. I'm a producer, director. The Glory Hole film was a big international success at the Cannes Film Festival. I don't need to explain myself to you. I'm going to go on mute and puke and meditate to your ignorance.
No, man, no. You just need to explain yourself, which means that you are lying. Okay, let me tell you something. So, if you ever try the glory hole, you can still, talk to us. It may be a traumatic,
You may be projecting. I've never used a glory hole. I have no desire to use a glory hole. If you're projecting glory holes, you do you, boo.
You just said that you made a film about glory holes.
I know, but I didn't participate. I'm just saying you're the one that brought it up. All right, I'm going on mute. Thank you, moderators, for helping put together this great milieu. It's been a lot of fun, but I'm going to meditate and listen in very closely to what you all have to say.
Yes, please. Listen to me. You made a movie called Glory Hole, and you are obsessed by glory holes in Rafah, you said. Have you ever been to a place where you find a glory hole the hard way? Like a public restaurant or something. Have you ever been in this kind of situation? Doctor, do you think he is offended?
I think he might be a little bit upset, yes.
Yes, I do think so. So really, when can I come see the kids though? Is that a no? Like, they are also my kids. I have to come see them sometime.
Have we been talking with Borat the entire night?
Sorry?
Visiblo, did you go by the old name Borat for many years on this application?
Borat? No.
There is something going on.
Why do you think so?
Something is going on. I don't know what, but something.
Do you have an anxiety?
I do not know.
Alright, do you suffer from any PTSD episodes?
I do not.
Do you suffer from anything that triggers emotion in you?
No.
Alright, man, it's just normal paranoia. It's alright, man. Nobody's coming here to kill you. Don't worry. Nothing is happening. PP just done a Jewish act, which is stealing. He just stole, my profile picture. What do you want to say about Jewish people, PP? Doctor, can I ask you something? And you have to answer me honestly.
What do you want to ask?
Have you ever slept with Falusa? If you don't want to answer in public, you can add me.
With who?
With Dr. Falus.
Dr. Falus? No, never, no.
Are you sure?
Yes, of course.
Because I think, like, looking at you, I can just feel, like I told you before, I can just feel the sexual attraction between you both.
That is very kind, thank you. That is very, very kind. Dr. Falus, do you have anything to say on this matter?
I am touched by your kindness.
I believe we might need a new title.
Yes. I think we can change it.
Yes.
Maybe
Riri has suggestion for title. Riri, do you have a suggestion? Hello.
Is this better title?
That is nice title, thank you. Let us see what can happen. We will try. We will try.
Olga, could you please come out? We should discuss these things. We as Somalis need to understand each other. I know you hate me because I'm a lander, but ultimately we have to work together if we want to be united as one people one day. Somali bane. I am Somali. Olga, let's go on a date, and I will prove to you I am a real lander.
He is really Somali. I have seen him. If he's real, could we have Mateo up, please?
Olga, why do you suspect we are Zionists? We were just Somalis, trying to bring peace in the world.
Yes, why do you say this? This is not true.
Trying to bring people together. Alhamdulillah. Wallahi. How dare you ridicule my faith? Wallahi.
Wallahi. Olga, you are acting like Kanis. Don't say this.
I beg, Olga's an ajnabi.
Please be respectful. Olga.
Come on, Olga. You've been going down on the room for hours. That's enough foreplay. Come up on stage.
Let us be kind. Welcome, Dejani Saiki. Please come up. Abdul.
That big. We're all curious at some point.
Pepe, could you please talk to us?
Pepe, tell us us about how Scottsdale is today? Did you go to Cheesecake Factory? Straight on the streets, subdued in the sheets.
Pepe, no one here is gay. Why you talk about that? That is very disrespectful. Please do not share this kind of thing, Pepe. We do not talk this way. We speak with kindness in this room.
Allah on the streets. Abraham in the sheets.
Alhamdulillah. I wish that Pepe could be kind.
Halal on the streets. Kosher in the sheets.
Halal with the meats, haram with the feets.
So, Doctor, do you believe pronouns can usher in a ceasefire?
I do very much. I think there could be good things from being more open and accepting in Hamas. There are many to believe that this is a war of gender that is taking place in Gaza.
I agree. You know, when you watch the BBC or Al Jazeera, we're made to believe that it's a war of religion, it's a war of geopolitics, it's a war of land, it's a war of freedom. But if you look closely, it is truly a war of gender.
Absolutely.
Two trans factions of two people sexually frustrated.
Why do you think the men and boys were spitting on that young Jewish girl? It is because she was representing cisgenderism and she was not open.
Yes. Her body was not boyish enough. What do you say?
It was not.
Do you believe Pepe is a trans Muslim?
Yes, I do. I believe that Pepe is hiding something. I believe Pepe is afraid to speak. Pepe is the curious one. You are very curious. You're curious about the world, that's why you keep typing. Pepe, come on stage and talk to us. If you are a real man, if you are a real Muslim man, you will talk.
I think Olga is a Muslim Zionist. Closeted.
Pepe, come up here. Where are you? Are you afraid, Pepe?
Olga, stop sending me messages. I don't want to see Your Star of David tramp stamp.
Nobody wants to see that.
Yes. It's haram.
It is haram.
Yes. I didn't say you were a dirty Zionist. I just said that you have a Zionist kink. And you keep sending me Star of David tattoos on your body. It's very filthy.
It is filthy.
Yes. Welcomes.
want to see what he does when he gets onto the stage. He has a different sort of thing every time. And I'll leave him. Get on the stage, Jeff.
Did you hear about that floating fort? It floated away.
Классно растет нормально. Китайцы из-под этих деревьев. Кстати, а где Боря?
Yes, man, 7-Eleven, BK, crazy shit. I know. Wait. Drop it up. Please, man. Please. Can I say something? Drop it.
I can talk for 2 hours if you can't mute me. Okay, I can give you 8.
Man, I want to have a beautiful conversation.
I'm trying to mute him because he's not letting you speak. So Ravi, let him speak and then you speak. I understand in India there are no manners and people behave like animals, but in this room you will speak and then he will speak, and then after you can respond. Be kind, Ravi.
Bro, you scared the India. Gina, you look ugly as fuck.
How dare you say that there are no manners in India? This is an insult.
You guys invite this guy who wants to talk from the bottom.
Gina. Gina. Asian baby. Ching Shang Chong Choti. Alright, don't answer. Doctor, would you pay any money for Gina's OnlyFans?
I do not do any kind of OnlyFans. I'm not interested. I'm interested
No, I
in
mean,
finding money.
No.
I bet you won't. Ugly ass bitch.
Somebody get
A
his
moment of
CPR.
silence for this ugly ass AIDS infested pussy having ass bitch.
She got a dead body. CPR.
The fuck? For real. Resuscitate this bitch. Bring this bitch back to life so she
Queen, I think she got a DNR. She got a DNR.
Motherfucker, butchered belly having ass bitch. Motherfucker went and got a motherfucking abortion in the alley, bitch. The fuck? Spread your motherfucking porta potty belly having ass bitch. Spread your motherfucking stomach open, bitch, so I can sit on that motherfucker and take a shit. Ugly ass bitch. Don't ever call me from the fucking goo again, bitch. I sit in the fucking goos and mind my motherfucking business, bitch. Don't ever call me from the goo again, okay? Don't ever do that. Don't do that. Don't do that, okay? And don't ever talk about bitches from the city where I'm from. Because if you in PG County, it's nothing for me to make a call. It's nothing for me to send real goons to where the fuck you at, bitch. The fuck you talking about? Goofy bitch. You You wanted these ISOs, bitch? You got it. Now come up off your mic and pop that gangster shit to me. Cause you know.
Can I get a recap?
Hell no, you can take your leather wig wearing ass back to the motherfucking goo, bitch. Cause I don't like your motherfucking ass either. You fucking put Miss Potato Head with a wig on looking ass bitch. If I give a fuck about you, take your scurry ass, flip flopping ass back to the motherfucking goo, bitch. Fuck on out of here.
Bro, Queen, who you talking? That straight was lethal, yeah.
Bro, she just came no motherfucking recap, bitch.
Dead on Arrival is crazy.
Dead on arrival, dead at the scene. I can't do this.
This shit is, these bitches is in critical condition. I'm like,
Put me down, close the room. Cray, it's over, baby. I enjoyed from the good, baby. Where the cash shop? I'm about to bless you.
It's right at the top, Queen.
I got you.
Thank you, Queen.
You're welcome.
What a queen, by the way, and shout out to all the other queens in the room. Not you bitches, but the queens.
Yes.
Yes. Shout out to y'all because with the queens, the kingdom can run efficiently. You know, shout out to that.
Yes, the real moms who got their kids right now, who know where their kids are, who ain't gotta count their baby fingers on or their baby fathers on their fingers and toes and shit, bitch. Whose stomachs don't look like a motherfucking club sandwich. You ugly ass bitch. Fuck you talk about. The moms who ain't on poles and shit, shaking their ass for change and scraping up dollars off the motherfucking a dirty ass floor and shit. Ugly bitch. The fuck on up out of here, bitch. You asked for this motherfucking room, bitch. You need to cash out Cray $1,000, bitch. That's what the fuck you need to.
Damn, they kicked me. So great.
One guy came along and told you what to believe, and now you believe it, bro. That's why I can't believe 100%, because everybody's changing. Like, I look at history. How is one guy gonna say this is inspired by God and this is not? You know, Martin Luther is not a prophet.
What are you talking about? The books are in front of you where you can read them and you can see that there's only the Spirit.
Wait,
So why don't
you
connect Enoch with it?
Because it's literally going against the entire plan of the Bible. The entire plan of the Bible has nothing to do with Enoch. It's not about knowledge. This book ain't about knowing stuff. It's about telling God's plan. It is showing you His Spirit. It's not about, Maccabees could have been historically accurate. But he's not looking at historically accurate. He's looking at spiritually accurate. That's what God's looking at when He's making this Bible. It has to tell one big story based on one spirit.
They won the war to the Spirit of God. That's basically what the whole thing was about. Winning the war to the Spirit of God, basically. And not holding on God's commandments. Like, this guy literally, and Maccabees, he broke every bone in his body before he ate full pork, which was like taboo in the Old Testament. So it kind of does fit. That's all about God. What do you mean?
So he breaks every bone.
An oppressor breaks every bone in his body, telling him to eat the pork, and he still doesn't do it. That's according to the Old Testament. Like,
He's not worried about what is it according to Jesus though. That's the big plan of the whole Bible. It has to relate. It has to relate to Jesus. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You don't care about what the Most High said.
He is the most. Jesus is the Most High. What are you talking about? The entire Bible is about Him.
No one.
Yeah, and what name is higher than Jesus? Nobody.
The Most High's name.
No, His name is Jesus.
No, I disagree, brother.
I understand, but that's
the Most High is an adjective to describe God, but that's not His name, because the Bible says that His name is Jesus.
Let me go to Acts.
It's like you mean
It's whiskey or bourbon?
It's
bourbon.
It's bourbon.
Absolutely wrong. absolutely wrong.
I wanted to say neither. I'm trying to think of what it is.
Wine.
It's wine?
Yes.
Why are you gonna ask me a question you said?
See how fucking
you started yelling at me, put me under the gun, KP.
Hey man, that's what I do. Cognac wine, man.
I wonder what Abby's spooling up now.
And what's brandy?
A sexy ass musician.
Maybe you got herpes.
Brandy is
Almost.
and you got herpes.
What you thinking?
I'm gonna have to Google this one.
You're finally free. When you almost had things that you paid, you found it in me.
Man, I thought you was a drinker, man.
I don't know if you're in the room earlier, KP, but y'all know a black dude named BB?
BB King?
No, it's
still BB, I know.
BB Winans?
King is dead.
Oh, BB and CC Winans, yeah.
Okay, so BB, so my best friend, which we don't live in the same place anymore, and they moved down to New Orleans. But my best friend dated this girl, Maya, and Maya's daddy's BB, and his sister is CC. And them suckers can sing.
The wine that's been around a long time, way before you were born, bro.
Long time.
Long time. They straight out of Detroit.
Well, she can sing, but she didn't really follow in the gospel footsteps like the rest of her family. Not like she's a heathen or anything, but you know, she likes to have beers and say curse words and all that. But
trust me, they do too.
I know they probably do.
Exactly. What the fuck you talking about?
But look,
you know the wine is, nigga. The wine is ain't what you see.
Look,
Cece was real close with Whitney Houston. That's all I'm gonna say.
Coca-Cola. Oh, sorry.
No. But yeah, my boy Steven, he's white, and
you all in this room here.
He avoided BB for the longest time. That's all you pay.
BB was a bitch beater, nigga. So what?
Jefferson.
Fuck out of this old lady.
And the brother, he was a pastor, or still is a pastor.
Crackhead.
A crackhead.
Straight up crackhead.
Damn crackhead, they got a hold of the wrong stuff.
Anything else you want to know about the niggas?
No.
They all ran with my damn family, so I know all the motherfuckers. They was at every single family picnic, so I know all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were horrible, man. I mean, they had great voices. Great voices. That was Marvin was a crackhead.
Hey, Pete, will you get Paul or Jeff out of here?
I don't know what the fuck that
Making me
is.
damn nervous. He's recording us.
That's Evan.
I know.
Who gives a shit?
Tell him to come up.
That's Edmund, man. Who cares? He records every room.
We're not saying anything.
Edmund don't give a fuck. Y'all get so nervous about shit.
I'm fucking with him.
If you ever sit down and talk with the fool.
I just sit down and talk with him.
So what do you like to drink, Brock?
Anything that's open.
No, to be honest, you talk
Shalom,
Shalom, I try to stay away from the liquor, but I do like a Moscow Cool, but instead I take the vodka out and replace it with Hendrix gin.
So what have you been drinking tonight?
Nothing, I just had me one beer.
Bullshit.
How you gonna say nothing and then come back?
Bullshit, this ain't one beer.
I'm on number 2.
Oh, damn, that was I'm on one.
I
Hey, listen, I don't want to be judged. No judgment here, brother.
Damn, I didn't walk down the street. I ran down the street.
What kind of beer?
Oh, I'm just drinking a White Claw. Everybody already knows that.
White Claw.
White Claw.
Whoa.
You married.
Hell no.
You're single, drinking a White Claw. You got a girlfriend.
Oh, so?
Talk to me. Yeah, talk to you. Yeah. Oh, God.
Oh my God, please don't summon the fucking devil.
Oh, I love that. You gotta get him. I love that.
You got downgraded today temporarily to drywall. That was.
Yes, Sandy called it drywall.
I just made a sample of what
What is wrong with you? What is wrong
Do you
with
like
you?
them? Come on, man.
Yo, I bet
What is Peterson? Is that what this is?
Hey, baby, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Alright, so Dr. Kevorkian says that he thinks he can do, he thinks he can perform breast augmentation surgery.
Hey, what?
He thinks he out of nowhere, he's got the confidence that he can perform a breast augmentation or a surgery. You know, some outpatient shit, right? So, the way he says it, so I'm thinking, if you remember that episode of the movie Borat, so I'm hearing that guy when he's talking, and all I keep hearing him saying is like, don't do that, don't do that. I've done this before on a cat.
I love Borat. And Lion, he was just horny. That's all he is. She ain't gonna do shit with Brandon. He just horny. They gonna retard.
Are you retards wasting your time all night long, hypnotizing yourselves with nothing, talking about nothing, listening to Lion talking about movies and shit? Oh my God, nothing new, motherfucker. Still ain't read a book. Read a book, motherfucker. Called Lion Man. Time to lie. L'chaim. B'nai shalayim shavua tov.
Shalom, brother. How are you doing?
Hello?
It's me, Schmeckle Goldstein. How are you doing?
Schmeckle, what are you doing for...
That's great. The Morningstar veggie burgers, the Morningstar sausage
They
burgers.
got Beyond.
Oh my God, what the fuck?
They got Dairy, and they got Guardian, and Impossible. That's what they got Beyond. Yeah, we don't have it.
Oh no, our Walmart doesn't have it for in store either. They only have it for delivery. But so when I was in Texas, it wasn't Walmart, it was H-E-B. Texas.
I got 5 on it.
Do y'all know this bitch from our movie?
I don't.
ABK? I'm on to be gangster. What's up? What's up, ABK? Man, you gotta. You should have seen the mom. They had a.
What do you want, bro?
I want to say what's up to you, man.
Why? I don't even know that.
You want to be gangster.
I don't even know this nigga. I didn't want to say hey to me.
Hey, what's up? I'm trying to make friends.
I didn't want to say hey to me. What, bro?
I'm here to make friends.
You trying to make friends?
Yeah, I need friends.
I'm trying to make friends and shit.
I need more gangbanger friends.
Oh, okay, man. Oh, no. Oh, you the nigga that's a mob.
No, I'm not a mob.
Yeah, I'm not a mob. You trying to kill folks. What's wrong?
I'm not a mob.
A nigga like you talking shit and I try to
No, I'm not a mob. You think I'm a mob?
Yeah, you part of the mob.
No, I'm not. I just be in the room trolling. No, I'm not.
Oh, my gosh.
I get into with them too. I fucking pack them up too.
Man, shut the hell up. You be over there smoking. You be over there smoking nigga lane.
You think I be kissing their ass and stuff? No,
you be smoking dick.
No,
I'm not
cool with you. I'm not cool with them. So it's like, I just go, like, it's neutral.
Nigga, we ain't cool, nigga. Shit.
I know, I'm not cool with you and I'm not cool with them. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, cool, nigga. So why you get cool?
No, I'm just like, actually, it's just funny when you come in and try to troll and it doesn't work and take back your weapon.
Oh, man, bro, I be stepping on them, bro. That's why you over there.
Do you have real ammo?
I'm trying to figure out my life.
Wait, ABK, do you have real ammo on them? Like, do you know them, like, really?
This nigga over there trying to, he's like, man, you shot at some people, you tried to kill some people. Yeah, nigga, so?
No, there's nothing wrong with that. I tried to kill somebody
myself.
myself.
Ain't no shootout before.
No, I don't have that. I grew up in the suburb, but I mean,
you try to shoot them.
I stabbed people before, that's about it. But, like, I have a gun before, like, if I have to shoot people, like, I'm a good little square. It's just roasting for being that they shot at people you missed.
It's all what it look like in the movies, nigga. Shoot him.
Yeah, I know, but they're roasting your buddy.
It's all what it look like. It's all. And then, nigga,
no, I have a gun. Don't get me wrong. Like, if someone breaks my house, I have a gun myself.
So, nigga, what you doing with it?
I'm using it for self-protection. You know what I'm saying? For protection.
Okay, well, nigga, I'm pulling up on niggas and using mine.
I don't need to. Like, it's just like, I mean, I'm in an open carry.
I'm pulling up.
I'm in an open carry. I know you're
we gonna try to kill each other.
I'm in an open carry.
I don't want to hear that.
So you went on vacation with Tay. She took $800
for you? From the same goal, nigga.
I don't care. I'm a good little suburban kid. I don't want to be a gangbanger from the hood. I don't want to be that. I don't want to be from the hood. Like, I'm a regular guy. You expect me to be some type of hood nigga? I don't need to be that. Like, I'm just a regular Joe. You know what I'm saying? I don't need to be some gangbanger fellow. You got right support. You got guilty in your time for it. What are you talking about?
Nigga sold on me, bitch ass nigga.
That's good for you. That's a life you live. That's what you have to do. If people telling about you had to shoot people, you had to kill people. I don't have to kill nobody. It's drama for your life. You're not hard. Like, you're trying to show that you're hard. Like, stop trying to brag about being. Trying to get points for being in a shootout like you're cool now. You think it's cool? Like, you think you're cool? Like, you're not cool, man.
I probably ain't gonna be.
You're not cool. You think you're cool? You're trying to get bragging rights. You're not cool. You're not hardcore because you got to a shootout.
Rim and all that.
You're not cool because you got to a shootout. You think you're really bad.